All right. So today we'll build a full stack Crud application using Next.js. On the front end, our database will be Postgres, and we'll deploy it on Vercel. We'll use Prisma as the ORM. We're going to use next-auth version 5 for our authentication, and we'll use Google as the OAuth provider. But basically what we have is a simple full stack project managed task managed, a full stack project / task management application. The way it works is this. The user will click on new to add a new project on the new project page. I'm going to name this project first live project. I'll organize it by color, and you can select any color you like. We'll give this a priority of high, and we'll add in a few notes just saying notes to our first live project, and we'll click create. And we see that we're redirected back to the dashboard screen where we'll be pulling all of the projects created by the logged in user. So we see that we have a new project created. Once we click on that project, we have the ability to update the project. To the left, you see the current state that we can update, so we can change the notes, we can change the color, we can change the priority, and then once we hit update, we'll notice that those changes are saved in the database and they'll be live. As you can see, the color is now changed. It is now reading first live project, and we notice that the priority changed. Now we have the ability to add a task to the project. So let's just say for the first live project, we want to set up Next UI. That'll be the first task that we want to do. So once we've decided on what task it is, we'll hit add task. We'll see that the task is created successfully, and now you see that we have an additional task within the project. And if we click on it, we see that it is now listed in the dashboard view, and we see that we have a task that needs to be completed of set up Next UI. If we click on it, we see that it automatically shows that it is complete and the state of it to be updated in our database. This project is also fully responsive. I'm just show you what it looks like on a smaller view. The sidebar transitions to a mobile view, or a mobile menu. And we also have the ability to toggle between light and dark mode as well. So if there be something that you'll be interested in building, stay tuned and we'll walk through building it together. All right, so to kick us off, we'll start with a project directory inside of our code editor. Of course, I'm using VS Code as my code editor of choice. Feel free to use any editor that you like. So to start us off, I'll go into the terminal and we'll type in the command npx create next app at latest, and we'll go space dot because we want to have it installed in this directory. For this project, we will not be using TypeScript. We'll say yes to ESLint, yes to Tailwind, no to the SRC, yes to the app router, and no to the import alias. And we'll give a few minutes to finish its installation. Let me make sure I have it shut down over here. Yep, okay. And while it's installing, we'll go ahead and pull up Next UI. Okay. And it appears that the project is finished installing. So first, let's go ahead and add in our component library. To help us style our project, we're going to use next-auth in addition to Tailwind CSS. So we'll just go to the next-auth documentation, and here we go. Let's type clear, and we'll add next themes. And while that is installing, we'll go ahead and update the Tailwind config file. And add the plugin. Okay, looks like it's finished. So now we'll need to wrap our application with the theme provider. So we'll create a directory named lib inside of the root folder, and we'll add a file named nextthemeprovider.js. And I'm going to go ahead and copy this theme provider code. Feel free to pause the video, but I'll also have the GitHub in the description below the video, so we can close those out. And now let's go ahead and let's wrap our application in the theme provider, or with the theme provider. So we'll go to the root layout. Let's copy the children tag, remove it, and let's bring in the next theme provider that we just set up. And if we begin to type it in, we should be able to import it, and just make sure it's imported from @lib. And we can save this file, and now we'll test it out in just a moment. First, let's clean up the application. So we'll go to the root directory. Inside of the app folder, there's a file named page.js. Let's just go ahead and remove all of the boiler code from that file, and let's create a new function using the React snippet. And we'll name this function homepage. This will be the homepage or the root file of our application. Next, inside of the global.css file, let's go ahead and remove the boiler styling that is within it. We'll do our own custom styling using Tailwind and NextUI. And then once we remove that code, let's just make sure that we keep the Tailwind configuration at the top. We'll close it out, and let's make sure that everything is spinning up and working properly. So in the terminal, let's type in the command npm run dev. And I'm going to pull up a localhost 3000 next to the text editor, just so we can confirm that the project is working successfully. And as you can see, we have homepage on the screen. And let's just make sure that the NextUI library is installed and working properly. So I'm going to type in button on the screen. And if you type it in with a capital B and installed everything successfully, you should see the ability to import it from nextui-org. That's where we want to bring it in from. So if we go ahead and close off the button tag and just type in hello world within it and hit save. If we refresh the screen on our local host, we see hello world on the screen, but we don't see it we don't see the button. So let's just make sure that we've added everything. And I believe I left off one of the configurations here for the node modules. Let me add that in now. Hit save. And now you can see that we have a button on the screen because we have everything loaded and added in successfully. So with that said, let's go ahead and start off by setting up our authentication first. And for this project, like I mentioned, we're going to use auth.js version 5. Although it is in beta, I do want to get some practice with just using it versus the traditional or the standard next-auth way of installing or using the authentication. So we'll go through and follow the beta steps in order to set it up. So first, we'll start by installing the dependency, and just be sure that you include the @beta after the next-auth. Give it a few minutes. Then we'll need to add in an auth secret. So we'll need to paste this within a .env file. Because we're using Prisma, we're not going to do the .local. It doesn't work well with Prisma and Postgres just yet. So we'll just create a regular .env file in the root directory of our project. But before we do so, let's add it to the .getignore file. That way it's not included when we upload this to GitHub. Once we've added it to the .getignore, let's add the .env file in the root directory. So inside of the main Crud next folder, whatever you name your main project, just click on new file and then add .env. Then we want to paste in the auth secret into that .env file, and we don't have to close it out, but we don't necessarily need to keep it pulled up. And next up, we'll need to start by creating an auth and we're not using TypeScript, so we'll do an auth.js in the root of the application. So we'll go and add another file named auth.js, and then we'll just copy the code as it is listed here within the documentation, and be sure to save that file. Now we'll need to create the route handler, and very similar to how it was with version 4, we're going to copy the route of API/auth/brackets 3 dots next-auth close bracket, and then within it we'll have a file named route.js. So we'll go ahead and create the folder structure first. So inside of the app directory, make sure that it is highlighted. Let's create or add another folder, and we can just paste in the API/auth/next-auth as it is within the documentation, and then the text editor is going to automatically create 3 folders for us. Now within the next-auth folder, we want to create a new file named route.js, and we want to copy this code and paste it within the route. Just be sure that this handlers is coming from the @auth file that we just created, and it probably doesn't matter, but just to be sure, I'm going to bring it in again and just make sure that it says @auth, because that's where we want to import it from. And we actually can go ahead and close out the route.js file. I'm not going to worry about adding the middleware because of some errors because of the compatibility with the auth beta version in Prisma. It may not be an issue in the later version or once it's no longer beta, but for right now, I'm not going to worry about adding in the middleware. So now that we have the authentication set up, next we want to use the provider, or the adapter, excuse me. And the adapter that we're going to be using for this project is Prisma. So if we select the Prisma adapter documentation, we'll start by installing the Prisma client, and we know that we need to set up our database, and because we'll be deploying it on Vercel, I decided just to use Postgres. So if we go to Vercel, and if you already have a project, you can just create a team. I decided to go ahead and go with a paid version because I do quite a bit. But once you're within Vercel and you can use a free tier, you'll just need to remove any current databases that you have set up. But once you're within Vercel and you're within your team, you'll click on storage, and from here you'll want to create a database. And feel free to create or use any type of database that you like. I just chose to go with Postgres, but you can go with any of the options here. You can go with MongoDB, go with whatever database that you are most comfortable with. What's up, Sam? Awesome to hear, my friend. Someone is chatting with someone in the chat, but you'll click on accept, and we'll start by naming the database. I'm just going to name it project task, and you can feel free to name it whatever you like, and then you click on create. Then you'll be redirected to the settings, to the database settings screen that has all of the security information. The main things that we want for right now is the .env information, and if you click on show secret copy snippet, let's just copy this code and we'll go and paste it within our project. And we want to place it within the Prisma directory that I have not created just yet. So let's go ahead and create, let's go ahead and run Prisma init. npm, no, it's npx Prisma. And what this is going to do, init, is going to initialize Prisma for us. Oh, I don't think I ran. So let's do this clear. So we'll start by going with npm capital D and then Prisma, and this is for development. This is just installing Prisma first. Make this a little bigger so it's easier to see. Then we'll want to type in npm at Prisma /client and then press enter. And then lastly, now we'll want to run npx Prisma init and then press enter to initialize Prisma. Then we will, now we have a Prisma schema. We have a Prisma directory, and within it we have a schema.prisma file. And what we want to do is the copied code that we got from Vercel, we want to place it within our project. So first, what we just copied goes within our .env, and it's going to replace the database URL. And so once you've deleted that database URL and you replaced it with your Postgres information, just be sure to save this file. And next up, we'll go back to Vercel and we'll click on the Prisma tab, and we're going to click copy snippet. This is just updating our schema.prisma file to say that we're going to point to this Postgres database. Here's the URL, and here's the direct URL to the database cluster or to the database storage that we'll have for this particular project. So once you've saved this, let's go back to our auth.js documentation. So we've updated the database environment variables. Now we'll need to update the auth.js file so that it includes the Prisma adapter. So we could just copy this code directly, remove the code that's within our auth.js, and replace it with what's within the documentation. Now, I do plan on using Prisma, the function, throughout the application. So I don't want to have it stored just within this file. I like to store it within the lib directory and make it reusable so that I can use it throughout the application. So before we go to create that Prisma file, I'm just going to copy this function that I already have created. This is just a standard function that you can get out of the Prisma documentation, but I figured I'll save us on so much of the toggling, and some of the stuff I'll just have already ready available. So in order to use this function within our project, if you go to the lib directory within our root folder, and you click on the lib folder, and we'll add a file named prisma.js. And let's just paste that code within this file so that we can run this function. Now within our auth.js file, what I want to do is I want to remove the Prisma variable and the import of the Prisma client. And then right for the Prisma adapter, where we're passing in Prisma within the calling of the adapter function, I want to bring in the Prisma function that we just created within the lib folder. That way it is within a central location and can be used throughout the application. So I'll use it in place of the Prisma client that we just seen. If we go ahead and save this file, and We won't have anything else that we need to include other than the models that go within our schema.prisma folder. So what we'll do, because we already have most of this code already listed here, let's just go ahead and copy all of the code from model. And we actually don't need the authenticator, but we do need verification token. So we'll just copy this entire file, and we won't use the data source, the generator, or the authenticator model, but we'll use the rest of the code within it. And once we've copied this file, let's paste it within our schema.prisma file. And as you can see, we're getting an error because the authenticator was listed there, but we're not going to use it. So if we save this file, we now have the model that is in place in order to organize our users within the database. Before we do a DB push, the last thing I want to do is go ahead and add in our OAuth provider, and the provider that we're going to be using is Google. So we'll go to providers, and we'll go to Google, and we'll need to grab the Google ID and Google secret and store those within our environment variables. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy these variable names, and we'll just go ahead and paste it within our .env file, and we'll get this from the Google console in just a moment. And then next up, we'll go to the configuration, and it calls for us to add in the Google provider within our auth.js file. So I'll go ahead and copy the Google import, and under providers, we can just add in Google, but I'll just copy it from the documentation. And then we'll hit save. And then now we have everything that we need. We're not going to worry about the refresh tokens for this particular project, but we do have everything that we need in order to go ahead and run our function. The only thing that we're missing is a Google ID and the Google secret. So what I'll do is we'll go to the Google console. And we're going to grab this information from the Google client and the Google secret. I believe I already have a project already set up. Let me see. Okay, so these are, so I'll tell you what, we'll just go ahead and create a brand new one so we can walk through it together. This one failed to load. So we'll create one together. So you'll log into Google, and you'll log into your Google console, and we want to create a project, and I'm going to name this next. I'm going to name it auth v5, and then we'll hit create, and we'll give it a few moments to finish creating. And we'll select the project so that we're within it. First up, we want to create the OAuth consent screen, and we'll make this for external. We'll click create. The app name will be auth v5. The email, we'll make that the same email that's listed there. We don't need a logo, don't need a domain. Authorized domains, we'll go with the jadad@gmail.com. Go to save and continue. We're not going to add any scopes. We don't need to add any test users. We'll just click save and continue. Go back to the dashboard. We'll go ahead and publish the app. And then now that the app is published, let's go to credentials, and we're going to click on create credentials, and we want to create the OAuth client ID. So this is going to be a web application. The authorized JavaScript origins should be http//local host 3000. And then the redirect is going to be delete this, and I can just go http://local host 3000. Click add, and I think that should be it. We'll click create, and we have the client ID. We'll grab it and paste it for the ID, and then for the secret, save and paste it. Now let's test this out. Make sure I set it up correctly. So we'll go ahead and run npm run dev, and we'll give it a moment to spin up. Still spinning. All right, so it looks like it's done. So we'll go to API auth sign in, and if it's all is going well, it should redirect us to the Google sign in. I didn't run the Prisma DB push and Prisma generate. Sorry about that. So just go to, we'll need to stop the terminal and then type in, it's actually npx Prisma DB push. And what this is doing is this is basically taking our models that we just created and pushing it to our database to create that structure that we want so we can organize it. Excuse me. Then after we ran the DB push, we want to run npx Prisma generate npx Prisma generate. Yep. Then press enter. Now we'll want to run npm run dev to spin up our local host. And I'm not going to go directly there. I'm going to go to localhost 3000 first. And give it a few moments. Okay, and we'll go to API auth sign in. And if we set it up correctly, it should redirect us. Yep. Sign in. Go to JADAT. Hit next. And we see that it's asking us to sign in there. So now we got an error message. Let's see. Host 3000. I think I just had http://local host 3. Yep. And let's hit save. And close that out. I think I left off a redirect. That's what was causing that. But let's just see. APIs off sign in. Yep. There we go. All right. So it appears that we are logged in, but let's confirm it by checking our database. And I'm going to go ahead and spin up npx Prisma Studio, so we'll have a little interface just to see what's in our database without going to Vercel. And hit reload. Yep, click on user. And you see we have the email address that we just logged in with within our database. It is within our database. So appears that that is working properly as designed. So we can close this out. And we can close this out. And we're good. All right. And we don't need this anymore either. All right, so now that we have this set up, what I'd like to have is the button for us to log in with on the home screen. And then once we're logged in, I want us to be redirected to the dashboard screen because we will have a session at that point, and we don't want to have a logged in user just sitting kind of out in limbo, if you will. So now we'll go ahead and work on the overall layout of our project and kind of bring it to life, if you will. So first, what we'll do is within the app directory, let's create a new folder named parentheses, and then within parentheses, let's put website. And the naming is strictly optional, but what I did want to do is begin to organize our folders, our routes and folders a little bit within the app directory. So what we'll do first, the page.js file that is currently within app, let's move it so that it is now within the website directory, and it should compile, and if you refresh the screen, nothing should change. It should go right back. Now within website, let's add another file named layout.js, and let's give it the RFCE snippet so that we can get a function named layout, and we'll keep it lowercase. And then within it, let's pass in children, and let's remove the layout within the div, and let's replace it with children within brackets. And then now our local host should go back to a standard web page, because basically what we did was we just wanted to separate and create a separate layout that's going to be within the website. This initial layout is the main layout for our entire application, but I also want to have a unique layout because we're going to have a different layout once you're logged in versus a user that's not logged in. But what I want to do now with the last thing within this initial or main layout file that's within the app directory is I want to change the title, and we're going to name this project task manager, project task organizer, and hit save. Strictly optional, and what you should see is the title change on the localhost 3000. So we'll go ahead and close that page out, and we'll close out the layout as well. And we'll just start to work with the home page that is now within the website directory, the page.js file. So what we want to do within this file is we want to present the user the option to sign in if the user is not signed in, and if they are already logged in, what we want to do is redirect them to the page/dashboard. So let's go ahead and create that page first. That way, once we're redirected to the page we want to be on. So within the website directory, let's create a new folder named dashboard. And then inside of dashboard, let's add a file named page.js, and we'll create the React snippet, and let's rename this function to dashboard page. Let's save this file. We can close it out for right now, and let's go back to the home page and begin to work with it. So the first thing I want to do is let's go ahead and remove this button. And this is actually going to be server-side rendered. I want to keep as much of this code server-side as possible. We will go client for the functionality to create a project and create a task, but the pages itself are going to remain client-side. So what we'll want to do first is go ahead and mark this as a asynchronous page, that this is going to be a server-side page, and we won't have any client-side JavaScript to help with functionality. Next up, what I want to do is I want to bring in our authentication so that if there's a session, the user will be redirected to /dashboard, and if there's not a session, I just want to show the sign in button in the middle of the screen. So what we'll need to do is bring in the session. So first, we'll start by creating a variable named session, and we're going to await auth, and this auth is coming from the auth that we created within our auth.js file. And once we've grabbed the session, we want to confirm that there's a user, and we'll go session.user to create that user. And from here, what I want to do, let's just go ahead and close out this local host. That way we know that there's not a session, because I want to render the button onto the screen first, then redirect us. That way we know it's working properly. So within this particular div, let's go ahead and replace it with a section tag, just so that we're semantically correct. And what I want on this screen is that if there's a user, we're going to show welcome. And if there's not a user, I want to show sign in on the middle of the screen. So let's just go ahead and pull up localhost 3000, and I'm going to set up the layout. So we'll go class name, and the reason it's still showing this is because I haven't saved this file just yet. So I'm gonna go class name, I'm gonna go flex column. We'll set the height to screen. We'll say justify center and item center, and all this is doing is just, it's going to center the content in the middle of the screen for me. And I want to add in the sign in button, so we'll go function, and we'll create a function that will have that sign in variable. So we'll go sign in button, and we're going to return. And I got this straight from the documentation on how you want to call the sign in function if you're not using client-side code. So obviously, because we're doing everything on the server, we're going to be working with asynchronous functions and using forms. If we were doing this client-side, then we would do some client-side JavaScript and do an on-click function and an on-click handler. But we'll get into that a little later on. But because we're keeping this server-side, we need to return a form. And within the form, we want to give that form some actions, of course. And the action is going to be asynchronous. And of course, what we'll be calling, we want to make sure that we set this as a server-side code. And we'll say await, and what we're going to be awaiting is sign in. And make sure that you're importing the sign in from auth. This is the auth file that we created in the root directory. We want to bring that sign in function in. And then inside of the form, we want to render a button. And I'm going to render this button from next-UI. If you notice it, I'll remove it so you can see it again. I know I moved kind of fast there. But if you notice, as you're typing out button, you should get the nextjs14 as an option to import. So we'll close this button tag, and inside of it, we'll just type in sign in. And we'll give the button a type of submit, even though we shouldn't need it. And then lastly, before we hit save, let's just go ahead and render this sign in button. And let's just save the file and refresh the screen. You should see that we now have a sign in button in the middle of our screen. And if we click sign in, and once we're logged in, if everything works successfully, we should see welcome probably on the upper left hand side of our screen. So let's just confirm that it's working. So we'll go to sign in with Google, select the account, add your password. And as you can see, we are redirected and we're seeing welcome because there is a user. So now what I want to do, because we have a user and we're not going to have much on the home screen, the magic is going to be done on the dashboard screen. I'm going to say if we have a user, what I want to do is I want to redirect that user, and I'm going to import redirect from next navigation. I want to redirect that user to dashboard. And then we'll hit save. And if you notice, the page was updated. We're now on the /dashboard route. And as you can see, it is now reading we're on the dashboard page. So now let's begin to give this a little bit of styling so that the layout start to resemble the way the layout is on the dashboard on our live project. We'll go back to the home screen just so you can see it. You notice that we have a navbar, we have a sidebar, and we have all of our content in the middle of the layout. So we'll start to work on that now. So first up, let's fix the dashboard page itself. So within dashboard, I want to have a unique layout that's just within this dashboard and not controlled or not within the entire layout of the page. So inside of the dashboard directory, let's add another file named layout.js, and we'll go the RFCE template. We'll pass in children, and let's remove the layout and let's replace it with children. Let's save the file, and as you can see, it is now back to the dashboard page with no errors. So to get the layout that we desire, let's start to style this page first. So first up, this initial div, we're going to give it a class name, and we'll set the height to full. And within it, I'm going to start by styling our header. So we'll give, within this div, we'll add another opening and closing self tag of a div. That way the div is on top of the children. And we'll add a class name of height, and we'll set the height to 80 pixels. We'll set on medium devices, we want the padding left to be 56. We want this fixed, that way it remains at the top of the screen. We'll set inset Y to 0. We'll set the width to full, and we'll give this a Z index of 50. And what we want is the header within this particular file. So I'm not going to hard code the header here. What I want to do is create a separate component and bring the header in because it's going to have a few other items within it. So in order to store this, I want to create a new directory within the root folder named components. And inside of components, let's add a folder named header. And also within components, let's add a folder named sidebar. Now in the header directory, let's add a file named header.js. And we'll do the RFACE React template. Let's rename this function to header with a capital H. And within the dashboard directory, inside of that layout.js, let's go ahead and bring in the header. And if we begin to type it in with a capital H, you should be able to import it from component/header. Let's save the file, and now you should see the header on the screen to the right, and you see the dashboard page listed here to the left. Perfect. So now the header layout is in place. Next up, we want to add our sidebar. So underneath that div that we just created, that's still above the children tag, let's add another div and let's give it a class name. And we want this to be hidden because we're going to have a menu toggle on smaller devices. Excuse me. If you remember, we have this menu toggle so that once we get to the smaller screen, this is the view we get. But initially, we want to set the sidebar to hidden. On medium screens, we want it to go to flex. We'll set the height to full, a width of 56. We'll say flex, and we want the direction to be in a column. We'll go fix to give it some stationary placement. We'll go inset Y of 0, and we'll set the Z index to 50. Now, before we save this file, let's go back into our root directory inside of components, and inside of the sidebar folder, let's add a file named sidebar.js. We'll give it the RFC template, rename the function to sidebar with a capital S. And inside of the layout, let's go ahead and bring in the sidebar component. Once we save the file, you'll see that the sidebar is now on top of the dashboard page because the sidebar is going to be listed here. The header is going to go across the top, and the actual content is going to be here in the middle. So now the last thing we'll need to include for our layout is the main layout itself. So go ahead and highlight and copy the children tag, and we can delete it. Let's add in a main tag and paste the children within that main tag. And before we save the file, let's give the main tag a class name for some styling. Let's give medium devices, we want the padding left to be 56. That way it pushes against the width and it begins to lay out this way. Save so you can see it. Okay, so now, and it'll look better once I go to medium devices, you see that it now has some padding. Oh no, that's why. There. And you can now see the dashboard page is no longer on top of sidebar, it's now on top of header. And next we'll go padding top, and we want to set the padding top to the same height that we have the header. That way it pushes down, so we'll give it a padding top of 80 pixels. Hit save, and you see it shifts down, and we'll give it a height of full. This will create a little bit of scroll, but at least it will take up the full height of the screen as we add content to the screen. So if we hit save, we now have our layout in place. This is what it'll look like on medium devices and larger, and this is what it'll look like on small devices. Go ahead and hit save there. All right, we'll start by styling our header first, and the header won't have much to it. It's basically just going to have the theme toggle and the login, logout button, so it will remain a server-side component. So inside, we can go ahead and close out some of these files and bring them up as we need them. But inside of the header.js file, let's go ahead and begin to style it a little bit. So we'll remove the div and replace it with a header tag. We'll give it a class name. We'll keep it blank for right now, but we may give it some padding depending on what it looks like. But inside of that header, let's add a div and give it a class name, and we'll go padding of 4. We'll go border bottom We want the border to have a primary color, primary, and we'll go 30. We'll set the height to full, flex, the items will be centered, and we'll give it a little bit of shadow of small. We'll go header just so we can see something on the screen. All right, so now you see what the header looks like. And the header is gonna have two components within it. The first is going to be a navbar, so that once we go to small devices, the sidebar will disappear. So inside of the header, let's add a file named mobilenav.js. And I'm gonna go ahead and mark this one as client side. Let's add in the RFC template, rename the function to mobile nav, save it, go back to header, and let's go mobile nav, save the file, and now we see mobile nav on the screen. And then the last one I want to add are nav links, and it'll make a little more sense in just a second. But inside of header, let's add a file named navlinks.js. We can mark this one as client side as well. Go RFC template, rename it to navlinks with a capital N. And we'll go navlinks. And you can see that the nav links are now listed on the screen. So now we'll want to style the nav links and the mobile nav. I think we'll start with the mobile nav first. So inside of the file name mobile-nav, we want to begin to style it a little bit. So first, and what we'll have is this is going to be a let me see something here. It's not going small enough, but basically what we'll have is this button, or this mobile nav will be a button, and on click it's going to show the nav links that are listed here. So it may make more sense to start with the nav links first. No, we'll build the mobile nav first. So first we'll start by bringing in use state, because we're going to manage the state of our mobile nav using use state. Then we'll need a few imports from next-UI. So I'm gonna go ahead, and we actually could bring these in as we're using them. So I'm gonna just go ahead and bring this in for right now, but I'll more than likely just bring them in as we're using them. So first, inside of the mobile nav function, we want to have a way to capture if the menu is open or if it's closed. So we'll say is menu open, and this is actually coming directly from the next-UI documentation. So if you want to take a look at it and kind of understand it a little more in depth, feel free to, but I figured you probably didn't want to go through that entire process right now. So first we'll create state variables that capture if the menu is open, and if it is, let's capture it and let's have the ability to update it. Now within the return statements, we'll start with fragments, and first we want to have the navbar. And we can go ahead and give it a closing tag, and inside of it we want to go on menu open change, and this is a function from next-UI. And then on change, what we want to do is we want to pass in the set is menu open state that we just created. Now inside of the navbar, we want to pass in the navbar content, and then we want to have the navbar toggle, which is going to the menu toggle, excuse me, which is going to allow or give us that menu toggle button that we see on screen. I'll go ahead and give it a closing tag, and we'll say Arial or Arial label, and we'll set the label to is menu open. If it is, we want to close the menu, or we want to open menu. Okay. And we also want to give it a class name. On medium devices, we want to set it to hidden. And then underneath and you can see it just became hidden. And then underneath, but I do want to see something. So let's go with this localhost. We'll sign in. And we'll sign in with the JDAD. I don't think it'll be a conflict. There we go. All right, so now we can see the menu icon. I just need to change browsers. The edge didn't get small enough. But I wanted you to see this menu toggle on screen. And since we set it to be hidden on medium devices and larger, we don't see it. But once the viewport goes to small, we begin to see it again. So now under the navbar content, let's add in a navbar menu. And let's go with inside of the menu, we want to add in a navbar item. And we'll give it a class name. And we'll go margin top of 6. And we're going to pass in the links once we create them here. But just so that we can confirm that it is working, we'll just click on and we see links listed there, and now it is pushed down because we gave it a little margin top. Let's change this to pattern to be consistent. I know it did pretty much the same thing. So now you see on click we have links being displayed, and what we want, or what it eventually will be, are the links that we'll create in the sidebar, and we'll just pass them into the menu. That way they become reusable. But we'll just create the link first, and we'll come back and add in the links, but we'll just have something in place for right now. So now that we have the mobile nav updated, next up we want to update the nav links. And for the nav links, we won't have much for the nav links. All that we're going to have here is the theme toggle, and we'll also have a sign in, sign out button within the nav link as well. So this is going to be a server side component. So I'm going to start by marking it as a sync, and we'll bring in session, and we'll go await auth the same way we did in the header. And then we'll go const user is equal to session. If there's a session, the user. And what we want to display first is the theme toggle, so that we have the ability to go between light and dark mode. So I actually already have that code prepared. So inside of header, let's create a file named theme toggle.js, and we'll go use client, the RFC template, theme toggle, hit save, and inside of this return statement, let's remove this div, and I guess just replace it with another one. But inside of the div, let's pass in the theme toggle so we can get it onto the screen. And once we save it, oh, I see I marked this as use client. Need to remove that because this is going to remain server side. So now we have theme toggle on the screen, and we can style this a little bit by flex gap on the X of 1, margin left of auto, and we'll go item center. And let's go ahead and add in the theme toggle first. But let me do this. So we never added any colors within our Tailwind config file. And basically the purpose of this is just so that we can have some consistency with the colors of our project. Strictly optional, but I like to have a little bit of consistency, and I'm going with the blue this time. So if you want, within the Tailwind config file, remove the background image and replace it with colors with an S. And I'm going to have one color throughout, and we'll go pound 38B6 FF. Just hit save and we can close this out. Now within the theme toggle file, to save us a little bit of time, I actually already have a theme toggle set up, and you can get this directly from NextUI. But I did customize it a little bit, but it's the same thing, the theme toggle that's within NextUI. I just decided to use the FI sun and moon icon versus the traditional theme toggle. Let's see. React icons, couldn't find the module, so let's go ahead and install those now. npm I react icons and press enter. Okay, and boom, we see that it is now there, and we see that it is toggling between light and dark mode. Perfect. So we can go ahead and close that file out, and back inside of the nav links folder or file, the next thing that we want to have is I want to show a sign in and sign out button based on if there's a session. So let's go ahead and bring in or create a function for the sign in button. So we'll go sign in button just as we did earlier, and this is server side, so we're going to use a form, and then inside of the form we'll have an action, and it'll be asynchronous, and we'll go use server, and then underneath this we'll go await sign in. And then inside of the form, we'll pass in a button. I'm going to give it a variant of light, and that's just strictly for styling. And we'll go a type of submit. And I'm going to pass in a FI user so that if you're not signed in, you'll see the user button. And then we'll need to create a function to log out. So we'll go function log out button. And we'll go return. And this is going to be a form with a action. We'll go async. Use server, and we'll go await sign out, and we'll pass in a button. We'll go fi log out, type submit, and variant of light. Let's hit save, and now we want to bring that in, and we'll do a little bit of JavaScript to do some conditional rendering. So we'll say user. If there's a user, then we want to show the log out button. Yep. Or we want to show the sign in button. Let's hit save. Boom. So now we see log out because there's a user that's logged in, and we have the ability to toggle. I can make that a little bigger. There. Okay. And let's make sure that it works. Yep. Okay, it does work. Perfect. Gap on the left. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So now that we have the header set up, next up we'll want to care for the sidebar. So we'll go ahead and close out the open files and we'll go back to the components directory, and inside of it we'll click on sidebar.js so we have the sidebar view onto the screen. So within our sidebar we want to have the logo. The sidebar is going to be hidden on small devices, and the links, medium devices, and the links that were inside of the sidebar are going to be used inside of the mobile menu. So we'll go ahead and style it out first. So inside of the sidebar we'll need the links, and the links are going to be the destination, and then we'll have the link item, which are going to be the styling of said links. So first up, inside of the sidebar file, let's go ahead and we can remove this div. Let's replace it with aside so that we are semantically correct. And let's give the aside some styling. We'll give it a height of full. We'll give it a border right. We'll go flex. We want to set the direction to a column. We'll say overflow on the Y. Let's set that to auto. And then we'll say shadow. We'll set it to small. Let's click save. And inside of it, let's pass in a div. And let's give it a class name. This div is going to hold our logo. So we'll give some padding of 6. And for the logo, feel free to customize it as you wish. I don't think I ever changed it out, but you do have the ability to do so. So inside of the components directory, let's add a file named logo.js. And I'm going to give it an RFCE template, make the logo a capital L, replace the div with a link, bring it in from next/link. We're going to set the href to take us back to the home screen, which in turn will redirect you to dashboard. And inside of the link, I'm just going to pass in logo. Let's save it. And back inside of the sidebar, let's import the logo we just created. And if we save the file, you'll see logo is now on the screen. And the last but not least thing that we'll need to create is the place for the links itself. So inside of the aside, underneath the closing div tag, let's add another div, and we'll give it a class name of flex column, and we'll set the width to full. And this will hold our sidebar links. So inside of the sidebar directory, let's add another file named sidebarlinks.js. This is going to be a client-side component, so we'll mark it as use client, give it the RFC template, and let's call this file sidebar links. Save it, and let's bring it inside of our sidebar. And once we brought it in, let's save it. We now see sidebar links on the screen. So we can go ahead and close out the sidebar.js file, and let's shift our focus to the sidebar links file. And within this file, this is where we're going to have our links to our sidebar, and we're also going to hold the sidebar item. The first thing we want to do is bring in a couple of imports. The first import we'll need is from Next Navigation, and it is path name. and we'll import it from Next Navigation. We'll also need some React icons, but I think we can bring those in as we're typing them out. So what I want on this, instead of hard coding the links directly, I'm going to create a array of an object that's going to hold the icon, the label, and the href, and we'll pass in a sidebar item that will take those as props, and we'll begin to style them a little bit based on the props that are passed in. So first up, we want to create the array of links. So I'm going to create an array, and it's going to hold some objects, and the name of this array is going to be site links. And we're going to pass in a couple of items. First is going to be an icon, and this icon is going to come from React Icons. Perfect. It lets us bring it in like this. The first one is going to be for home, and I'm going to give it a label of home, but it's going to have a href of /dashboard. That way we redirect, that way when the user clicks on the home icon, it'll take them back to this dashboard view. And we'll need to create one more set of links. This one will be for a new project. So I'm going to import the plus. We'll give it a label. I didn't mean to delete that. We'll give it a label of new, and the href will be dashboard/new. Perfect. So that cares for the links that we want on our sidebar. Now we'll need to bring them in and begin to display them onto the screen. So first we're going to bring in, or we're going to use path name, or we're going to use the use path name from Next Navigation. So I'm going to create a variable named path name and set it equal to use path, and be sure to call it. And I'm going to create another variable named routes, and I'm going to set it equal to site links. Now within the return statement, we want to set the layout of our links, but the actual link items are going to be a separate component. So I'm just going to restructure this div a little bit so it's a little easier to read. And I'm going to give it a class name of flex, and we'll set the direction to column and the width to be full. Now, instead of showing the sidebar links, I actually want to show sidebar items and pass in the icon, label, and href as props. So within the sidebar, let's create another file named sidebar link-item.js, and we can make this a client-side component as well. And we'll just close that out, and we'll give it the RFC template sidebar link item, rename the function. I think I might have hit too many keys there. Sorry about that. Let me clean that up a little bit. And inside of it, we want to pass in the props, and it's going to be the icon, label, and href. Icon, label, href, and we'll hit save. And if we go back to the sidebar links, what we want to do is for each of the routes that's now site, or that was site links but now are routes, for each of those we want to render a sidebar item. So we'll go routes.map, and we'll name it route. And for each one, we'll bring in a sidebar link item, and we'll set the icon to route.icon. We'll set the href. It's going to be route.href. We'll set the label to route.label. And last but not least, we need a key, and we'll set that to route. We can set it to the href. And let's close this, save it, and we should see two sidebar items. Yes, we do. So now that we have the items in place, we can begin to style them. So let's just save this file, close it out, and we're going to go ahead and work with the sidebar item file now. And this is basically just going to give us the styling of our sidebar links. That way they look a lot more presentable, and they'll be reusable so that we can reuse them in a different component, and it'll be the menu component, just as you see right here. So let's go ahead and build that out now, and just so you get a visual, this is what we're building. The link is going to have the icon, the label name, and I just added this as a little bit of styling, that way you can see what page you're on. So let's go ahead and minimize that, and let's go ahead and start by bringing in a couple of imports. We're going to bring in use path name, and we're also going to bring in use router. Both of these, be sure that they're coming from Next Navigation. I'm also going to bring in CLSX. This is basically going to give us the ability to dynamically display data based on what we're getting from the server, or based on information that's being passed to it, I should say. So now that we have those two imports, first we want to get path name so we can get access to use path name. Then we want to call the router so we can get access to use router. Now we'll need a way to show that the page has changed, and once we've used the router, we want to use the path name to help us identify the path name that we're on and highlight the button accordingly. So we'll create a function name on click, and we'll go router.push. Let me change this to router.push, and I want to push the href. So when you call this function, I'm going to attach it to a button. I want to push this href so that you're going to that website. And then the next thing I want to do is create a variable name isActive, and isActive is going to be equal to, it's going to be set to the path name, and if it's the exact same as the href, then we know that that link should be active, and we want to use it to uniquely highlight or identify the button that is active. So inside the return statement, let's go ahead and replace the div with the button. And first up, the button, we want to give it a on-click handler. And the on-click handler that we're going to pass in is on-click. Next up, we want to give it the class name, and remember, we want to pass this dynamically, so we'll use CLSX. The first are going to be the initial styling, so it's going to be flex. We want the item centered. We'll set a gap on the X of 2. Set the text to small. We'll set the font to 500. We'll give it a little bit of padding left of 5, and we'll say transition all. Okay. And then if it is active, we want to display something a little different. So we'll say is active. Then we'll go text blue, and I'm going to go blue 900. We'll go background primary, and I'll set it to 60. And if it is not, then what we want is the text to be set to primary. That might be too much primary, but we'll look. Hover text will be, let's go gray 700. Hover BG primary 60. Okay. Let's hit save. I said action. This should be is active. TIVE. There we go. Okay. And we notice that we no longer see the items there because we removed it. Okay. So now within this, let's add another div and let's give it a class name of flex, item centered, a gap on the X of 2, and padding on the Y of 4. Let's give it a span. And inside the span, I want to pass in the icon. And we'll give it a class name. And this is going to be dynamic as well. So we'll say CLSX. And we'll pass in the icon.props. Oh, no. Icon.props.class name. Let's say is active. Let's say text blue 900, or we'll go text gray. Let's go 800. Let's hit save, and then inside of this div, but outside of the closing span tag, and as you can see, it's already beginning to show that we're on this page, so that's a good thing. So outside of that closing div tag, let's add a span, and inside of it, let's just go ahead and pass in the label, which is going to be the words. So now you see home is on the screen, and let's style this span a little bit. Excuse me if I could talk. And we'll go is active. We'll say text blue 900, and if it's not, we'll go text gray 800. Okay, and we see the label and icon are on the screen. Let's see if this one is working. I'm gonna go ahead. Let's go ahead and add the route for this one. If you recall, we made this one /dashboard/new. So we already have the /dashboard. So now let's add the new. So inside of the dashboard folder, let's add another directory named new, and then we'll add inside of it a file named page.js. And we'll go RFCE, new project page, hit save. We'll close it for right now. And let's just click on the new, and you see we get redirected, and it is showing that we're on the new page. So we'll go back to home. That is working as designed. Now I want to just add a little blue border to the right of the link just for styling purposes. It's optional. You don't have to do it. So I'm going to go div, and this time I'm going to do something a little different. I'm going to give this div a self-closing tag because I'm not looking to pass anything in it. And we'll go class name, and this definitely will be dynamic code. So we'll go CLSX. And then inside of it, we'll go margin left of auto. We'll set the opacity to 0. We'll give it a border of 2, which will be the thickness. And I want to set the border to a unique color of blue. Let's go 900 so that it's dark. We'll go height of full transition all. And then if it is active, let's just set the opacity to 100. That way it shows up prominently, and it should give a nice little effect. We hit save. So you see that, there we go. And we'll go to new, boom. Okay, so that looks good. Now we just want to add these links to the menu, the mobile menu. So inside of the components directory, inside of header, let's go to mobile nav, and let's add in the sidebar links. Save the file, And let's go back to Chrome. That is the live version. So here is the local host small screen version. Let's hit save. And you can see that we now have the mobile links showing up in the nav. So great. So we now have our layout cared for with the nav bar and the sidebar. Now we just want to update the actual dashboard itself, get into the fun part, if you will. So first thing we'll do is let's just go ahead and close out some of these files that we currently have open. We'll go back into our root directory, and on the dashboard page itself, what we want is a layout that lays out all of the projects created by the logged in user. We're not going to show all projects because this is just a personal project planner, if you will. So, excuse me. In order to begin to display some of this content, first thing we want to do is go ahead and set this file to be a server or, yes, excuse me, a server side page, excuse me. So I'm going to set the component to be asynchronous. Next, we want to bring in the session of the logged in user. So we'll go session is equal to await, and we'll bring in auth. And then we'll create a variable to grab the user. So we'll go user session (user). And then I'm going to go ahead and create a variable just to capture the user, the logged in user's email. So I'm going to create a variable named user email. And then what I want to display or capture is the user's email. So just to make sure that this is working properly, let's go ahead and get something on the screen. So we'll remove the div tag and replace it with the section, and we'll give it a class name, a padding top of 12, padding on the X of 4, some space on the Y of 4. And just so that we can see if this is working, we'll just bring in user email, hit save, and as you can see, we see the JADAD on the screen as our logged in user from the session. So it is working properly. That's a good thing. So now I want to display just a little simple welcome or hello message to the user. So let's go ahead and remove this from within, remove the user email from within the section tag. And let's create a new function, and it's going to be an asynchronous function called welcome message. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to store the welcome message in its own function so it can be called separately outside of the page. And I'm also going to wrap it in suspense as well. So we'll remove the capturing of the session data from the page, and we'll put it within the welcome function. And we'll start by saying if there's no user, then we're going to return an error. Actually, if there's no user, let's redirect this user to let's redirect this user to the home page. Okay, and within the return statement, we'll pass in a div. Let's give it a class name of flex width of full. And then we'll give it a h2 that'll have the actual message. Let's go text 2XL, font extra bold, and then we'll say hi, and we'll say user email, and let's pass it in welcome message and hit save. All right, we see that it is working. So now, because this is on the server or it's being rendered from the server, sometimes there's a delay with it being passed to the screen. So what I want to do is create a little bit of a skeleton, a loading skeleton, excuse me, in the event that the session data hasn't fully loaded. Let's just have some way to see something on the screen. So what we'll do is we'll create a suspense fallback welcome message. So we'll go function welcome message fallback. We'll go return, and inside of it we'll pass in a div, and we're going to have the same size here. And then within the div, we'll pass in the h2. And we'll give it the same styling as the h2. Now within the h2, I want to pass in a skeleton, and this is going to come from NextUI. They have one already pre-built that we can use. And we'll give it a class name of width. And we'll set it to 180 pixels, and we'll set the height to 36 pixels. Let's close it up. And we need a dash there, and we'll need 2. And we'll set the second one to 150. All right, now in order to use this, we'll need to bring in suspense from React. So let's remove the welcome message, and if we type the open bracket and begin to type in suspense, you actually can just import it, and it'll automatically go to React, or it'll automatically be imported from React. But if not, just add the comma and the brackets, or the brackets with suspense, and you can pass it in like that. And then now you want to pass in a fallback with suspense. And inside of it, we'll pass what we want is the fallback. We want the welcome fallback message. And then inside of suspense, what we want passed in is the welcome message. So we'll hit save. Not going to notice much right now. But as we continue to navigate on pages and go back and forth, you'll begin to see the skeleton that we brought in take effect as a loading message before the message is actually displayed. So with this cared for, the next thing we want to do is show the projects that are assigned to this particular user. Obviously, right now we haven't created any projects, so we don't expect it to show any. But I would like to show a message to the user that there aren't any projects created and that you can create your first project today. So first thing I want to do, and we can do this within a few different ways, but we're going to do it within the same file, is create another function. And we're going to name it project list, async function project list. And just so we get something onto the screen, let's just return, and we'll say project list. And we'll add it underneath suspense. We'll hit save, and then now you see that we have project list onto the screen. So the way we want to pull this information is we want to identify the logged in user. We want to find all of the projects that are made by the logged in user, and then we want the projects displayed onto the screen. So before we go ahead and write the code and bring in Prisma, what we'll want to do first is build out the models for our project. Right now, the only schema model that we have is for our user and the authentication that goes with it. but we'll need the models of the data that will be sent into the back end so that it's organized. And then as we're calling it within our page.js file, it knows what to look for. So let's go ahead and stop the server and let's build out the two models that we're going to need. So the first one is going to be called project. And this project model is basically going to be the initial project that we create. And within the project, we'll have tasks that go along with it. So first, we'll need to assign a ID. And the way we're going to do it, we're just going to use a string. Could have used an integer or anything that you wish, but I'm just going to keep it simple with a string. The next thing that we want within our project is we want the name, and it will be a string. We want to add a color. That way you can select what color you want your project to be associated with. We're going to add notes in the event that there are notes that you need to include for this particular project. We're going to add a priority, priority, and this is just saying if it's a low, medium, or high. We do want to include the created at date and the update at time as well. So I'm just going to copy those from the existing code. And then last but not least, we want to have our, and we can go ahead and do this now. We want to have tasks that go along with the project. And we also want to have the project relate back to the user. So the first relation we're going to create is the project back to the user. And you can add this anywhere you want within the model, but I'm going to add it right below the priority. I'm going to have a field name created by, and this is going to be a string. And what this is basically going to store the email address or the unique identifier of the person that created the project. And I want it to relate by the email because it's a little easier to identify the logged in email with session versus having to not have it point to the session user ID versus the user ID within Prisma or within Postgres. It's just a little easier to work with pointing to the email versus the ID. So what I want next is, now that we have the created by, I better, you know what, let's make this created by ID, and that's going to be the string that we'll store, and then we'll have created by, which will be the actual user, at relation, and we want a relation between the fields. The fields are going to be created by ID, which is what we just created, and this is going to be the user's email. You'll see how we do it, and then we want to reference the email. And then in order to get rid of this error, it's basically saying that there's no relation. We'll need to create an array of projects in the user that it's going to be related to. So we'll go projects, and we want it to relate to the project, and you can have several of them, so we'll give it an array. So now that we have the project model created, the last one that we want is the task model, and this is just so that we can store various tasks that we've completed. So first up, we'll grab the ID, and it's going to be a string, and we just copy it from the project model. We'll have a field named content. This is just going to be whatever we want stored as a task. Underneath content, we'll have done, and this is going to be if the task is complete or not, and we'll give it a default of false. Now we'll need a way to relate back to the project, so we'll go project ID for consistency, and it's going to be stored as a string. Now we want to relate back to the project, so we'll create a new field called project, and it's going to be store it as a project, and we want to have a relation. The fields is going to be the project ID, which is going to be this string. We want it to reference the ID. And on delete, we want to cascade. Basically what this is that if we delete a project or a task, if we delete a project, we want the task to be deleted to go along with it. We don't want the task to remain in place without said associated project. So I'm gonna go ahead and add the created at and updated at, and now we are getting the same error we got before. We just need to have the relation between task and project so that we can store the task within the project. So I'm just going to create a field named task with a K, and it's going to store task with an array. And if we save this file, now that we have this updated, we want to update our database with the new model. So we can type in the command npx prisma db push to push these new models to our database. Looks good. Now we want to run npx prisma generate, and we'll give it a moment. Everything updated successfully. Now let's rerun our server, npm run dev. Okay, and with it, let's just make sure, sorry about that. Refresh the screen. Give it a second to quit thinking. We may have to log all the way back in, but nope. Okay, it worked out just fine. Perfect. All right, so now let's go back to, we can close this out. Let's go back to our page.js, and what we want is to check, number one, we got to confirm if there's a user that's logged in. So I'm going to grab all of this code from the welcome message, and I'm just going to add it to the project list. That way we are identifying the user. And basically what we want to do first is let's fetch the projects. So we'll go const projects is equal to await prisma, and make sure you're importing it from the lib directory that we have our prisma function stored in. And we'll say prisma.project because we want to grab the project model. And what we want to do is we want to find many, which is basically find all. And we want to find them where the created it's created by ID. Let me make sure. Let's go back to the schema. Basically what we want to do is we want to find all of them where the created by ID we want it where it matches the user email, because the created by ID is going to be the session email, and right now what's logged in is the user that's logged in based on our session. So we're going to grab that email, and we want to find all projects that have a created by ID matched to the logged in email that we've already created. And once we've done that, we'll come back and add the task later. But first up, what we want to do is that if the projects.length, length, is equal to 0, we just want to show a little message onto the screen, and I'm gonna give it a little bit of styling. Flex column, padding top of 24, We'll center the items, a gap of 5, and we'll say no projects listed. Hit save. Oh, I know why. It helps to add a return statement. There we go. No projects listed. Now we'll need to create a project. So let's go ahead and save this file. And first thing we'll need to do is create the function that will allow us to create a project. Typically, this would have been creating a API, but with Next-14, we have the luxury of doing server actions versus traditional API. So I figure it'll be a little easier and probably more modern to follow the server action approach. So inside of the lib directory, let's add a folder named actions. And inside of actions, I'm gonna add a folder named project. And then I'm gonna add a folder named task. So first we're going to be working with the project directory, and inside of it, let's add a file named createproject.js. This will hold the function that we're going to call in order to create a new project. So we'll start by making this a server component, and we'll want to import auth from @auth, and we can go ahead and import prisma, and that's coming from @libprisma. So we're only going to store one function in this particular file for simplicity purposes. So let's create a function named createProject, and we're going to pass in event data. And we'll need first off to confirm that we have a logged in user and to grab that user session. So I'm going to use the exact same code that we did earlier within the project list to grab the user session. Feel free to just copy and paste it in because it is the exact same. We'll do a little bit of validation. If there's no user, we're going to throw new error. Remember, we're on the server now. So we'll say user not found. And then if there's a user, let's go ahead and add in a try catch block. So first up, we'll want to destructure this event data that we're getting back. So we'll go, no, we won't go encode, we'll go event data. And the event data that we should be getting is name, color, notes, and priority. So we'll go back to our function and we'll type in name, color, notes, priority, because that's what we should be getting from the event data that we want to destructure out. And first up, we'll need to grab our user. So we'll go existing user is equal to await prisma dot user dot find unique unique, and we're going to say where the email is equal to user email. Now if there isn't an existing user, and this is just more validation, then we want to throw a new error, user not found. All right, now we'll want to create a new project since we've done some validation to confirm that we have a user and we found the user that is logged in that we want to associate this project with. So we'll create a variable named new project, and we'll set it equal to await prisma.project. And we want to call on the .create method because we want to create a new project. And what we're passing in is data. And the data that we're passing is coming from the event data, which will be name, color, notes, priority. And the last thing we need to pass in is created by. And we want to connect this user with the email of the logged in user email. That lets us know that that's the user that's logged in, and we want to connect it to that user within our database. All goes well. We want to return new project so that we can grab it from the browser and work with it. And if we get an error, let's log it in the console. Create project error. That way we know where it's coming from. And we'll go error. Then we'll go throw new error. Failed to create project. And let's hit save. So now we have this function created. Let's go ahead and close it out. We'll come back to it if we need it. But let's work on creating an actual project so that we'll have something in the database. Then we'll work on displaying it onto the screen. So let's go ahead and click on the new button, and it should redirect us to the new project page. We can close out this page.js for right now, and let's begin to focus on the new project page. And if we look at it based on our live website, you'll see that we have a couple things. If it helps if I go to the live one. We have a title that we're on the new project page, and forgive the font, but we basically just have a form with some inputs. We have a name input, select the color input, priority level input, notes, and then you can just click on create. So we're going to do that on our particular view, but instead of having it all listed on this particular page, we're going to put it in a form so that it's structured a little better. So first up on the new project page, excuse me, let's replace this div with a section. So we have a little bit of consistency. Let's give it a padding top of 12, some padding on the X of 4, and let's give some space on the Y of 4 as well. Then we'll need a H1. Let's go class. This will be new project page. And I think it's text. No, it's font bold. Font bold. There we go. All right, so now I want the new project form to be listed here. And we'll create a separate component for it. So inside of dashboard, let's create a new directory named _components. And inside of it, let's add a folder named form. And I know we only have just the one. But let's go ahead and add another folder named project page. We'll add to it later. That way the directories don't look too wacky with it only being one item inside of it. Sorry, just a little quirk of mine. All right, so now inside of form, let's add a new file named new project form.js. And we can go ahead and mark this one as use client. We'll give it the RFC template, rename it to new project form with the appropriate casing. And let's go back to the new project page and let's bring in that form onto the page. Save it. And we now see the new project form listed on the page. So we can go ahead and close out the page.js, and let's begin to do a little bit of work to create our new project. So first thing we'll need to do is add in some, absolutely. First thing we'll need to do is add in a few dependencies, and I want to use React hook form. And we'll go with React hook form. And I also want to use a little easier this way for schema validation. Okay. And give it a second to finish installing. All right. So we're going to use React hook forms and also just for some simple validation. And I'm also going to use React hottoast to send notifications back to the browser. Just looking for the npm of it. I think that's it right here. Give me just a second. All right, I think that took it. If that didn't, then we'll just come back and add it. All right, so now that we have those dependencies installed, let's add a few more items to this page in order to get it up and working. First up, let's bring in use form. And this is going to be from React hook form. Let's bring in the Yelp resolver. Hook form resolvers, and then it should be Yelp. Then we'll bring in asterisk as Yelp from Yelp. Then the others we'll bring in later. We can just bring those in later. So we'll go ahead and bring in toaster and toast. Yep. All right. So first thing we want to do is we want to validate the schema and make sure that we are passing in items as a string. I'm only going to do the name, but you can do all of them if you wish to. It's just for this particular project a little overkill, but it's still good to have good practices regardless of the project size. And you can find this basically listed within the documentation, just saving a little bit of trouble of going through the process of reading it and figuring it out, that good stuff. But we just want this to be a string and make it required. And we'll say project name required. Hit save. All right, now next thing we want to do is bring in the register function, or bring in a few functions, and these functions are going to come from use form, and we'll say resolver, Yelp resolver, and we're going to pass in the schema. And of course, with this, we want the register, we want the handle submit, and we also want to capture the form state in the event we get any errors. and we'll go reset. We also want the ability to reset the form. All right, so this looks pretty good. So now we'll need a few other things brought in as well. On successful creation, I want to route the user back to the dashboard page. So I'm gonna bring in use router as well, and we'll go ahead and call it now. Const router is equal to use router, and let's just hit save. Okay, so before we do any of the functionality, I'm gonna go ahead and work on some of the layout so we can visually start to see this come to life. So replace the current div with the section tag, and we'll give it a padding of 6. Inside of the section, let's add a div, and we're going to add a form inside of that div. Let's give it a class name of max width screen. I'm going to set this one to medium, and we'll set the margin to auto. That way everything goes within the middle, and we give the padding on the left and the right, or the margin on the left and the right, I should say. Now we want to give a span. What is the name of your project? Let's hit save. And then now we'll want to add in a input, placeholder, and we'll go with name. Let's hit save. Okay. So I'll tell you what, let's just go ahead, and I'm just going to go ahead and build in the functions first, and then we'll bring it to life afterwards, because either way we're going to have to add them. So underneath the use router, this will be used to redirect us once we've successfully created a project. We want to capture the loading state. This is going to be strictly for a better user experience. That way we know what's going on and when it's being sent, and once it's complete we can update the state, send something back to the user, whether it be a toast notification or whatever. Next up, we want to have a variable to select the color. So we'll go with selected color, and we'll say set selected color, and we'll set this equal to react.useState, and we'll let it start out as an empty array. We'll also need a way to capture the priority, and the reason we're doing these separate is because these selections or these options in order to create a project are a little more interactive versus a traditional drop down or just typing it in. We made it so that you have to select something on the screen. So because of that, we need to capture the state in order to see what we selected and make changes accordingly. Let me make sure priority. Yep. Okay. So if you recall, we had a array of colors that need to be selected, and we also had an array of priorities that need to be selected. So we had to create separate state variables for those two. So now we'll need a way to capture that they're selected. So we'll say on select color, and we're going to set this equal to color, because that's, and then we'll say set selected color, and set that equal to color. Remember, that is the name that we stored for our project color. So we want to say that, hey, this is what's being captured. And then we also need to do the same thing for priority. So we'll go handle priority, priority, and we'll set it equal to value. And then we'll say set priority, and then we'll pass in the value. And it helps to have an arrow and not a question mark. So now we need to create the onSubmit function that will call once we press submit, so that we can send this information to the server using the create project function that we created earlier. So we'll go const onSubmit is a asynchronous function, and we'll be passing in data. And then inside of it, we'll set loading to true, because this is the pending state. Then we'll have a try catch block. Then inside of it, we'll go await create project, and make sure you're bringing this in from lib actions. Remember, that's the function to create a project that we just created. And then inside of it, we want to pass in destructured data. The color is going to be set to selected color. The priority is going to be set to the priority that we created. And that is going to care for the data that we send. So now we want to send a toast of success. If all goes well, we'll say project created successfully. Then we'll go router.push to push you back to the dashboard. And we'll say, if we get an error, we'll say toast error, failed to create project. And we'll go finally, we'll set the loading to false. And then from React hook form, we'll call reset, so that we reset the form. I think that we've captured everything. These are still grayed out because we haven't actually called them yet, but we're going to do that now. So now we can focus on the form, and we don't have to worry about skipping around so much. So we'll go inside of form. We know we need to call onSubmit, and we want to call this handle submit function. And then inside of it, we're going to call onSubmit that we just created. And we know we have our span and we have our input. Now inside of the input, it is a closing tag. We have our placeholder so that we can see what's listed there. We'll give it a little bit of padding top of 2 so that it's not so close to the name. But also inside of it, we want to pass in register. And this is going to register as the name, because that aligns with what we passed in as the model project name. So with that, we'll need to add in the errors underneath it. So we'll go errors.name and the and sign, and we'll just pass it back as in a paragraph tag. We'll say errors.name.message. Let's hit save. Okay. So then now we'll need to create a way to add in our color picker. So I'm going to give it a div, and I'm going to give some padding to the top of 8. Inside of that div, let's add a span. Let's give it a class name, a margin bottom of 4. And I think that'll be fine. And then we'll just add select a color to organize your project. Let's hit save. Okay. And then now we'll add a div underneath that span. We'll give it a background color of slate 100. Some padding of 2, shadow we'll make small, we'll give it border, and we'll go rounded large. Okay, so now what we want to do is we want to add in the color picker, and I want to do it as a separate component versus having the entire color picker listed within this particular form component. So inside of form, let's add a new file named colorpicker.js. We'll make this a client-side component, and let's just get something on the screen. Update the name, and let's just add it within our form. All right, once we hit save, we see that we now have the color picker on screen. So in order to get this up and going, we'll need to use or bring in a few more things. First, we'll need use state and use effect. Then we'll need to pass in some values into the color picker. So for right now, I'm just going to pass in on select color. That way we can identify the color that we selected, and it will be stored and captured within the file and can be sent back to the database. So first, let's create an array of colors that we want to display onto the screen. So the first one, so the first one is going to be pound FF5733. So, and I'm just going to go through these. I'm not going to bore you with reading them out. Make these any color that you want. This is just to add a little more life to the project. Almost finished. Pound 795548. 607D. And last one is pound. Okay, so that cares for the colors. And then now I tell you what, we'll go ahead and add it now to keep it simple. Default value, and we'll just go ahead and say const selected color, set selected color, and we'll set it equal to use state and make that default value. And then in the use effect portion, we'll go set select. Let me redo that. Sorry about that. Use effect. Set selected color, and here we'll pass in the default value. And we want to pass back the default value. And then we'll also need a way to handle the color on click. Pass in color, set selected color, on select color, pass in color. So we did quite a bit with this code, and we're not going to technically use all of it right now, but to minimize so much of the back and forth, I went ahead and added in the code that's going to help us identify and capture the default value of the color that we've already have selected. Once we go to update it, you want to already have a way to identify what's already selected. So I just added in the code for it versus coming back and building it in later on. But either way, it'll be the same thing, and I'll make sure that we go over it as it becomes more relevant to the project. So now we just need to style the colors array. So just going to set the div class name to flex and give it spacing of justify between. And we want to map over the colors array that we have. So we'll go colors.map. Let me remove this because I don't want it to conflict. Colors.map, and we'll go color index, and then we'll pass in a div, and we'll go key of index, and a class name of height of 8, width of 8, rounded, be full, cursor pointer. Then to get some dynamic coding, I'm gonna go with the style, and then the background color, it's gonna be color, border, it's gonna be selected color, yes, select the color, and it's going to be equal to color, or we want to set the border to 2 pixels, solid, and let's go purple. No, let's just go pound. Let's keep it simple, and then set this to none. Hit save. Okay. Rounded, full, not cull. There we go. There we go. And then now let's pass in the on-click function so we'll say on-click. And you want to do handle color click, and you want to pass in the colors. Hit save. So now you see that it is showing up. On select color is not a function, so we need to pass that back to this color picker, and in that way we won't get that error message. It will just show the color that we selected. So we'll go on select color, hit save, refresh, and we no longer get the error, and we can select the color. Boom. All right, so now that we have that one, the next one, let's just go ahead and do the low, medium, or high. So outside of this div, for the color picker, let's add another div, give it a class name, and we'll go padding top of 8, and we'll go padding bottom of 8. Before we save it, let's go with a span, select the project priority. And give it a class name, margin bottom of 4. Let's hit save. That'll work. And then underneath it, let's give it a div, class name of flex, item centered, space X4. Okay. And then let's do this as buttons. So let's go with a button, and then inside of the button, let's type in low so that it shows low. So hit save. Yep, we see low on the screen. And I'm going to go with a class name with the full. We'll go with Ghost. And let's go with a color of primary. And then we'll need to pass in the onClick. And this one is going to be handle priority. And we'll just say low. Okay, that looks pretty good. So now we need 2 more of these. I'm just going to copy this. And 1, 2. And for low, we'll keep it as primary. For medium, we'll say success. medium. And change this to medium. And then we'll make this one warning. And these are colors from NextUI. Actually, I probably should make these capitalized. There we go. Low, medium, and high. All right. And last but not least, excuse me, we'll need a way to store the notes should we want to add any notes to the project. So we'll go div, class name, padding top of 8, padding bottom of 8. We'll add in a span, add project notes, class name, margin bottom of 4. Okay. And underneath this span, let's add in a text area. And that's going to come from, make sure you import it if you want for some immediate styling from NextUI. We'll add a placeholder of notes. We'll pass in the register. GIS register, and this one is going to be notes. Let's hit save. And you see we have the notes category listed here on the screen. And then last but not least, we want to add in the submit button. So we'll come out of this closing div and outside of the second div, and we'll add in a button. And it's probably already imported from NextUI. Inside of this button, we'll say loading with a question mark. And if it's loading, we want to say creating. Otherwise, if it's not, then we'll say create project. And then inside of the button itself, we want to give it a type of submit, class name, a margin top 4 or width of full, and we'll set loading to loading. All right, so we'll hit save. So this should care for creating a new project. So let's just refresh it and test it out. So we'll say first project. Let's give it a color, a priority, and let's change this to high. Color, priority, first notes listed here. And we see that it redirected us back to the dashboard page. It's reading the word project list. But let's see if it actually created in the database. We may need to restart our server. Let's see. Yep, we need to restart it. So let's restart our Prisma Studio to see if it actually took, but I believe it did, but let's just make sure. If we go to project, we see that the first project is listed here. It is created by the JA dad. Yep. So it appears that the create project is working perfectly as designed. So we'll go ahead and close those two pages out. Now that we can create a project, what we want to do first is we want the ability to see those projects on the screen. And we're going to pull those in by the user, the logged in user's email. That way we're only seeing our personal projects that we created and not everyone's project. So let's go ahead and close out all open files. Let's go back to our root directory inside of the app folder, inside of website. Let's click on the dashboard folder, and within it let's click on the page.js so that we are on the function name dashboard page, and it has quite a bit of code within it because that's what we have on our dashboard page. So with this, let's go ahead and care for the layout of the projects on the page. So we can remove the project list because this is basically saying that we do have a project within the database that's created by this user. So inside of the React fragments, I'm gonna bring this up a little bit. Let's add a div, and we're gonna give it a class name, and we'll style it as a grid. And on small devices, we want 1 column. On medium devices, we want 2 columns. On large devices, let's go grid 3 columns, and we'll give it a gap of 6. And just to confirm that it's working, we're going to ultimately render a card in its place. But just to confirm that it's working, let's do projects.map. And what we're doing is we're mapping over the projects that we found with the same created by ID as the logged in user ID. So we'll go project.map, and we want to map, call it a project. And for right now, just to get something on the screen, let's go div. Let's go, and I know it needs a key, but let's go project.name. So we see we have the project name of first project. So it is working. It is grabbing those projects from the database that have the same created by ID as the logged in user ID. So what we want now is to render a project card in place of the link that I just created. So inside of the components directory, let's create a new folder. Well, excuse me, inside of the dashboard folder, inside of it, we have our underscore components directory. Let's create a new folder named project card. And inside of it, let's create a file named projectcard.js. We'll give it the RFCE template, name the function project card with capital casing, and let's pass in the prop of project, save it, and then now within the projects map, let's render a project card for each project that's created. And we know our props need a key, so the key is going to be project.id, and we got to pass in the project, and of course it's going to be project. So if we hit save, we see on the screen now that it reads project card. So that means that what advice for beginners? Just keep coding every day. Keep coding daily. Okay, yep. Practice the fundamentals. So now we see we have the project card listed onto the screen. So what we want to do next is begin to style that project card a little bit. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and close this file out. And let's go ahead and focus on just the project card itself. First, we'll start out by making this a client-side component. And we'll need link, but we can bring that in later. So the first thing I want to do, before we remove this div, I want to give some styling to the link itself, and I also want to style the color. Basically, we want to pass in the color dynamically so that I can actually show the color of the project onto the screen based on what we selected. So first, inside the project card, let's create a object named link style. And this is just styling the link itself. Some of this could have been done through Tailwind, but it got a little tricky, so I just figured it'd be easier to do it this way. So I'm gonna set the padding to 1 rem. I'm gonna set the border left to 4 pixels. And this will need to be a temporal literal because we're going to dynamically pass in the color. So we're going to say 4 pix solid. And this is where we get to be dynamic. We're going to say project.color. Then we'll say transition. Yep. We'll say all 0.3s. Next up, we'll give it a position of relative. Display will be flex. Align items. TEMS. Align items. We're going to align them centered. Text decoration. Going to be none. This is to remove the underline, of course. And then we'll set the color to inherit. GRIT. Now we'll need to style the bar itself. Color bar style, STYLE. And we'll give it a position of absolute. Then we'll say left of 0, top of 0. We'll give it the height of 100%. This is just setting the style of the identifier. The width will be set to 6 pixels. Sorry, I forgot the quotes. Background color. It's going to be set to project.color. And then transition will be set to all 0.3s. Let's hit save. So now that we have this dynamic styling in place, let's go ahead and work on styling the card itself. So inside the return, we're going to wrap the information in a link tag. So if the user clicks on anywhere on the card, it redirects them to the project page. So let's start with the class name. We'll give it a class name of border, hover, and shadow will be medium. And then inside of the div, and I know we got to add the href. Inside of the link, let's add a div. Let's give it a style. And the style we want to pass in is the color bar style, the one that we created. And I think this one, let's make this a self-closing tag versus a open div because it technically doesn't need anything in it. Yep, and I know this link is going to need an href, so let's just go ahead and pass this in. So the href, where we're going to set it is dashboard / project / project ID. And I know we haven't created that route just yet, but we will in a moment. So once we save it, we see that this is what we get on screen now. So inside of this or underneath this self-closing div tag, let's add another div and let's give it a class name of flex and a width of full. And then inside of this div, we'll add another div. We'll give it a class name of flex, justify between, item centered, and a width of full. And we'll hit save. Okay. And inside of the next div, we'll add a span. And first up, we want to grab or display the project name. Let's hit save on it. Okay, perfect. Okay, and underneath this one, let's add a span. And let's give this span a class name of flex, flex column, item centered. And we want to go with project.task.length. And then underneath it, we'll pass in another span and we'll say total task. Class name of text, extra small, and let's go with font light. Okay, so we need to go back to, we're getting this error because it can't read the task. We need to just include it. So we'll go back to the dashboard page and right here where it says where, let's go with include. Let's see how you do. Task is true. Let's hit save. All right, so it's showing the task, it's showing 0. So now I just need to style this a little better. Actually, you know what? I see why now. Let's go with style. And I didn't pass in the link style. There we go. So now you see that we have the color of the project on the far left, the name of the project, and how many tasks are within the project. So next up, let's work on the individual project page so that once we click on this link, it redirects us to dashboard, project, and project ID. So let's just go ahead and complete that, or let's go ahead and create that route really quick. Inside of the app directory, inside of website, let's go to dashboard and let's create a folder named project. Then inside of project, let's create another folder named open bracket ID close bracket. And then inside of it, let's add a file named page.js. And what this is going to be the individual dashboard, or excuse me, the individual project page for our projects. Within this, if you recall, and I'll show you, we have the ability to, on the left, we're going to have, well, excuse me, first off, we're going to have a bar that allows us to go back, update the project title, and also trash the project, or delete the project, I should say. On the left, we'll have the ability to update the project. And then on the right, we'll have the ability to add, create, or delete tasks. So let's go ahead and work on that design now. So for the individual project page, let's just go ahead and create a function, name it project page. And to make sure that we're getting this information from the browser, I'm just going to pass in params, and we'll say const post ID is equal to params.id. And just to make sure that it is flowing through, I'm just going to put the post ID on the page for right now, just to see what we get, because once we click on this, it should redirect us to this page and we see the post ID. So I'm going to click on it now, and we can confirm it by what we get out the URL. We should see that on the screen. So I've clicked on it. Here's the project ID, and it ends in QP. And if you look in the browser, the URL ends in the ID of QP. So we know that we're getting it to the page. So that's working successfully. So now what we want to do is make sure that we are getting a logged in user, finding this project bias ID, and then displaying its information on the left. Well, excuse me, displaying the project navigation bar that has a built-in form on top. And then on the left-hand side, we're going to display the current project information. And on the right, we're going to display all the tasks and be able to add tasks to it. So first, let's make sure that we are getting a user. So I'm going to set this page to asynchronous because it's going to remain a server-side page. Then we'll create a variable of session, and it's going to be await auth as usual. Go ahead and call auth. Then we'll say user, and the user is going to be set to session.user. First, we'll say, we can remove that. First up, we'll say project. Let's find this project by its ID. So await prisma, and then we want to import the prisma from lib, and we're looking for the project. project project.find unique unique, yep. And we want to find it where the ID is set to the post ID, because that's what's coming from params. And we also want to include task. We want to set that to true. That way we're gathering all of the tasks. And if for some reason we get to this page, which we shouldn't, but if we get to this page and there's no project, then we can return redirect. Be sure that you're importing this from Next Navigation, and we're going to redirect the user to the dashboard page. All right, so now let's begin to style, and we can just see if it's working. We'll go project.name. Hit save, and we see the project name, first project, and then we're on the project page. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and style this layout first. So let's remove the div, replace it with a section, and we'll give it padding top of 12, and this is just to keep it consistent. Padding on the X of 4, space on the Y of 4. Then we'll give it a div, and inside of this first div, we'll give it a class name of flex, justify between, and the items will be centered. This is going to be where we want to have the navigation bar that'll have a place to go back, the project title, and an icon to trash it. So let's go ahead and create it now. So inside of components, let's create a new file, and we can name this file update project name form.js. And this is going to be a client-side file. RFCE, we'll go update project name form. Let's hit save. And I think on this one, we want to pass in project. I'm pretty sure it's project. And we'll go back to the page and let's import it. Update project name form. Yep. And what we want to pass in is project. Let's hit save. And we should see the form. Yep, see the form onto the screen. So now what we want to do is let's work on this particular file. Quite a bit of code in this one, but it has quite a bit of functionality. Basically what we want is when we click on this page, or when we click on the individual project, we want to be redirected to this page. We're going to start with this bar, and it has 3 sections, of course. The first section will be a link to take us back. The second section will be the project name, which if we click on this pencil, we have the ability to change the project name, and then we'll just click update. I'll show you what it looks like. We'll click update. It's been updated. And I think it was this one. You see that we now have the S, and you can click cancel. And then we also can trash the project should we choose to. So quite a bit of functionality within this one. So let's go ahead and jump on it and get to it. So the first thing we'll need to do is create the function that's going to allow us to update the project. So I'm not going to create a project specifically just for the name. The function that we're going to create is going to have the ability to update any field within the project that we want to update, but we're just going to use it for updating the project name first. So inside of the actions directory that's within lib, inside of project, let's create a file named updateproject.js. And we're going to make this a server-side file. And we'll need some information to jump us off and get started. So I'm just going to grab the exact same imports from the from the create project. And I'm also going to grab the same authentication fields as well. So now that I've copied those, let's create the function. It'll be export async function update project. And then in this, we want to pass in a project ID, and we also want to pass in event data. And then I'll just paste in the authentication code. Be sure to import the auth. And now we'll just need the try catch block. And we should be, well, yeah, we probably need to capture, yep, because we're updating the user. So first, let's create the variable. We can actually go back to create project, and we can copy this information for the user. Yep, that way we're identifying and finding the user first. And then once we found the user, then we want to destructure the event data. And what we'll be getting back is the name, the color, notes, priority, name, color, notes, priority, name, color, notes, priority. Yep. And then once we've destructured the data, we want to create a function to update the project. So I'm gonna name this one updated project. It's equal to await prisma dot project dot update. And you want to update where the ID is equal to the project ID that we're getting from And we're going to pass it to the form a little differently. And then after that, the where, you want to make sure that we are then passing in the data. And this is going to be name, color, notes, priority. And then we need to pass in the created at, which we already have right here. That way it's connecting with that user. That looks good. That looks good. Yep. And then and then come out of that. Then inside of the try catch block, sorry, I just want to make sure I was inside the right block. Updated project, just so we can see it in the console. Updated project, yep. And return updated project. And then inside of the catch portion, we'll go console.log error updating project. Hit save. And better do a throw new error. Throw new error. Hit save. Okay. All right. So we have the function created to update the project. Now let's go ahead and focus on the coding itself, or the front end portion with the form. So the first thing we'll need to do is create the actual bar that we want displayed for the that shows the back arrow, the name, and the trash icon. So I'm going to remove the div and replace it with a nav, and let's just make sure that it covers the entire width. Okay, we see that it is covering the entire width. Then I'm going to create inside of it, create a div with a class name of flex, item centered, justify between. The first arrow, or the first section, will be a link back to the dashboard page. So let's go link and make sure it is imported. We'll go href. We'll go back to dashboard, and then let's give it some styling of flex, item centered, a gap of 2. And then we want to pass in the fi arrow left. Let's give it a class name with a height of 4, a width of 4. And back, let's hit save. Okay, and we see it listed there. So we can remove the orange now. And then what we want next is the ability to on click. Well, first off, I want to display the name. So let's make sure that that's working first. So I'm gonna go project.name. Boom. Okay, so we see the project name coming through. So I am going to, I think first we'll have let's just bring in the functions that we need first. So, or all the imports, I should say. So let's bring in use form from React Hook, and then we'll need the controller. That's also coming from React Hook, and that should be a capital. Yep. Then we'll need the Yelp resolver. And then we'll need to import the asterisk as yup from yup. And I think that'll be all that we need for right now. We could bring in the others later. And then I'm gonna go const schema, schema is equal to yelp dot object dot shape. And the name is gonna be yelp dot toString. And it is required. Project name is required. Okay, so save. And then inside of the name function, let's bring in some things from, I'm gonna remove that right now, from use form. First off will be the resolver, and we'll make that Yelp resolver, and it'll be just like we did before. We'll pass in the schema, and then we'll make the default values on this one, because remember, it should already have information listed there. We'll make the default value the project.name. Then inside of it, I need a little bit of front-end JavaScript functionality, because when I click on the pencil or the edit icon, I want it to open up to a form that'll allow me to edit the name of the project. So the first variable or state variable I want is editing, and then I want to set is editing, set it equal to use state, and initially it'll be false, of course. And I probably should bring in the items from use form. We want, helping my mouse to stay in the right spot. We want control, excuse me. Then we want handle submit, and then the last thing we want form state, and we want to get back the errors. Let's hit save. Excuse me. All right, so we have the is editing there, and then we'll go const deleting, deleting, yep. And then we'll go set deleting, and we'll set it equal to use state, and then that's going to be false, because we're going to have, this will be for the trash icon that'll be on the far right. All right, so after we have those two variables, let's create one to toggle the edit button or the edit icon. So we'll toggle edit, and we'll just create a simple little function for it, and we'll say set is editing to current, and no, that's not the way we want to do that. Let me remove this. So it's set is editing, and it'll be current, and we'll say not current, and then we'll call reset. Helps if I bring it in. It should have been there. Yep. And then we'll call reset. Yep, right here. And then what we want to reset is the name project.name. That looks good. All right, and then now we'll need to create the on submit function, so that once we click on submit, it updates the project name. So we'll name it on submit to keep it simple, and we'll make this an asynchronous function just like we did before. We want to get the data, and we'll have a try catch block, and within the try we'll go await update project, and we'll go project.id, and then we'll go data, and we'll import toast. I know I didn't bring it in earlier, so we'll go toast.success, and we'll say project has been updated. And let me add this down here now, toaster, that way I don't forget. And then after we've sent it to the browser that it is updating, we can set the is editing state. Let's change the state to false. And then let's go window.location.href, and we'll set this equal to dashboard. And you could have done this using next navigation with the next redirect, but I just did it this way. Either way is fine. And then we'll console.log failed to update project, and then we'll go toast.error failed to update project. All right, so before we do the delete, I'm gonna go ahead and let's just set the edit up first. So outside of this link tag, let's add in a little bit of JavaScript so that if we are editing, what we want to do is we want to see this form, and yeah, that'll work. And then let's go ahead and add this because that error is going to kill me. There we go. So if it is editing, we want to pass in the form, and we'll set the form to have a class name of flex. That way it's all within a straight line. On submit, we're going to pass in the handle submit function, and then in it we'll pass in on submit. And remember, we're using handle submit from React hook form. And then we can actually jump outside of this form and begin to work with the controller next. And I'm going to make this a self-closing tag. And then inside controller, we'll pass in the name, which will be name. Control will be control. There we go. Then we'll need to render. And what we want to render is a field, F-I-E-L-D. Jump out of the brackets and the question, or the parentheses, I should say, excuse me. And then we want to do a arrow function. And then what we want to render is a input. And we can go ahead and close that input. And of course, first, we want to pass in the field, so that's 3 dots and then field. And then placeholder, we want entered project name, which I mean, we could have just left blank because it should be the default value, but it's okay. And then the error we'll pass in will be errors.name with a question mark. Yep. .message. And we'll hit save. And then we'll jump outside of that closing div or that closing controller. And then we'll add in a button. And we'll give it a type of submit. Disabled of false. And then we'll give it update. And we'll also, next to it, we'll want another button to hit cancel. And we'll give it a variant of light. And on click, this one we want to pass in the toggle edit. And remember, this one is going to represent cancel. And then inside of the or statement, we should initially start out with the project name, meaning that we're not in a edit state. So this should be the normal state. And then next to it, we should have a button with a variant of light. And we want to give it a on click. And we're going to pass in the toggle edit. There we go. And I think here we can just go ahead and add in the edit icon. And I'm going to give it a class name with a height of 4, a width of 4. And let's make the text yellow. I'm going to make it yellow 400. And let's hit save. All right, so now that is what we see. I want these to be next to each other. But we do see that the toggling is working, so that's perfect. So now what I want is let me see something. Let's go flex, let's go item center. There we go. Now let me see something. First projects. See, it's been updated. Okay, so we see the updating is working, and we see that it changed the name of our project. Perfect. So now what I want to do is I want the ability to have a delete button in the event you want to delete the project. So I'm gonna go with outside of that JavaScript. Let me just put a fi trash. Okay, the placement is right where I want it. Let's go with that. A variant of light. Let's hit save. And we'll go ahead and create the function. Actually, we haven't created the on delete function just yet. So let's go ahead and create the function to delete a project. So we'll go delete project.js. And we actually can copy quite a bit of the code from update project. Let's paste it in and let's see what all we got here. So we know we don't need as much for this one. So I'm actually going to take out all of this code. I'm just going to give it a ID. We don't need the auth. And we don't need the user portion either. All we need is we don't need event data. Actually, you know what? It'd be easier if I just retyped it in real quick. So for this one, all we want is const deleted project is equal to await prisma, we already got it, dot project dot delete, and you want to delete where there's an ID, and we'll go console.log project deleted, and then we'll just return deleted project, and I'll just change this to deleting. Hit save. All right, so now that we have and change instead of update, make this delete project. Sorry about that. That was almost a big boo-boo. All right, and we'll hit save. So now we'll just need to go back to the update project name form. And let's just create the function to delete the project in the event we no longer want to store that project. So we'll just name this one handle delete and set it as a asynchronous function. And we'll just pass in a try catch block. And we'll say set deleting. We want to set this to true, meaning that we're in the process of deleting, so we want that pending state. And then we'll say await delete project that we just created. Make sure it's being imported from lib actions. And what we want to pass in is the project.id. And remember, that's being passed in to us from this project as a prop. So we're just going to grab or borrow the project ID. And then once we have it and we've successfully completed the task, we'll say project deleted. And then we'll go window.location. I do that every time. Location.href. And we'll set the href equal to /dashboard. And that should care for the try. Then we'll go into catch any errors. We'll say console.log failed to delete, and definitely need to see any errors. We'll send a toast to the user, failed to delete, and then we'll need to do finally, of course. We'll say set deleting to false. Okay, let's save it and see if we typed everything in accurately without any typos. So we'll just go back to the delete button. We have in the, oh no, that's edit, sorry. Here's delete. Here's the delete button. We have the button, we have the icon. Let's finish up the on click, and we want to pass in the handle delete function. And we also need to disable deleting as well. So we'll go ahead and pass that in. And then inside of this, let's do a little bit of JavaScript for some conditional reading. So if it is set to deleting, then I want it to show deleting. Else, show the trash. Let's hit save. And let's just test it out. Project deleted, no projects listed. Great. So it appears that the update project name, let's add a new project. Second project. Let's give it a color, priority, notes of us adding a new project. Creating, yep, get the toast notification. Wonder why I didn't refresh, but we'll fix that. But here's the second project, and we see that we have the project name listed on screen. Perfect. So we're almost there. Next up, we need a way. Next up, we need a way to show the additional project page information onto the screen. Right now, all we see is the name, and we have the ability to trash it and go back. Excuse me. But on the left-hand side, once it's in a medium view, we want to see the current project information. And on the right-hand side, we want to see any associated task with the project. So let's go ahead and work on that now. So how do we want to do this first? So we can go ahead and close out the project name form. We can close out update project because, well, it should be working, but we'll need to test it with the colors, the notes, and the priority. But let's just close everything out. So the only thing we have open right now is the project page. And what we have on this page, excuse me, is the update project name form. So we'll need to add in the grid layout underneath this. So underneath the second div closing tag, let's add another div, and let's give it a class name of grid. Grid calls 1, so that on small devices is 1 column, and on medium devices we get 2 columns. And then let's give it a gap of 6. Now in this first div, what we want is to have the items on the left hand side, and those items are going to be the current, it's going to be the current information. So I'm going to have a div with a closing tag, and we'll say current project. And then outside of this div, I want another div, and this one we're going to give it a class name, and then inside of it we'll give it another div with a class name, not children but class name. We'll go flex column, and we'll call this one add task. Let's hit save. And we see the 2 column grid layout on screen. So perfect. The layout is coming together. Now we just need to update and add in the information. So the first one we'll work on is the project items. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and go back into our directory. And inside of, I should have put this inside of a page too, but inside of the project page, let's create a new file named update project items.js. And this is going to be a client side component. So we'll mark it as use client. Let's just get a RAFCE update project item, and then in it we're going to pass in a project. Let's hit save, and then we'll go back to this page, and let's just remove that code and let's replace it with update project item, and we'll pass in a project. Let's hit save. And now we see it now read update project item. So it is receiving and getting the prop as designed. Perfect. So let's go back to the project item page, or that component I should say, and let's start to build out this file. So first thing we'll do is actually, you know what? We can copy some of these imports. Let's copy everything. So let's go into the components directory, the update project name form, and let's copy everything from the button import all the way up. And then let's go back to the update project item and let's paste it in. And we are going to need that same import. We're going to need pretty much these exact same items and a couple more, but we'll add them in a moment. Let's go ahead and grab the schema. We're going to need that as well. Let's paste it in, and we can add the notes schema, or we can add the notes field to our schema, and we'll say yelp to string and just hit save. So now inside of the update project item, we'll need to bring in some imports. So we'll go back to the name form, and we actually can grab the use form items that we had pasted into the update name form field. We can use those exact same ones into the update item. Let's just also include underneath the default values under name, let's also include notes, and we want to call it project notes. All right, and let's see. Now we'll need to bring in some use state selected fields the same way we did the first time when we created the project. So I'm gonna go to the new project form, And we could copy these over and just reuse them. But I tell you what, it's probably not the best practice to do that because you open yourself up to making errors. And I'd rather us not try to debug errors. This is already complicated enough, and I want to keep it beginner friendly. So let's just create some state variables, one being selected color, and we'll say set selected color, and I'm going to set it equal to use state, and then we'll go project.color, and then we'll go set selected priority, and we'll go set selected priority, and we'll set that equal to use state, and this one is going to be project.priority, and then next we'll need just the state to capture the state of our form. So this is going to be updated, and we'll say set updating, and we're going to set it equal to use state, and initially it's going to be false. Obviously we're going to need the router to redirect us and be from next navigation, and then we're going to need to use effect a little bit to help us manage the state of those of the priority and the colors. So we'll say use effect, and we'll say set selected priority. There we go. And I want to pass in the project.priority, and then in the callback we'll pass in an array, and this will be the project.priority. Yep. And then we'll also need another variable for our color selector. So we'll say const on selector. Now actually, let's just make it select color. Select color for consistency purposes. I think that's what I named. I'm going crazy. Select color on select. Okay, that's fine. On select color. And we'll pass in the color, and then we'll say set selected color, and we'll make this color, and then we'll also need to handle the priority, so we'll say const handle priority, and we'll pass in priority. We'll say set selected priority, and this is going to get priority, of course. All right, so now that we have our additional functions and use effect variables created, use state variables created, now we'll need to do the on submit function that actually sends the update to the database. So we'll go const on submit, and we'll make this an asynchronous function. And we'll pass in data. We'll give it a try catch. And of course, first thing is we'll set the updating to true. And then we'll go await update project. And I'm going to make sure, yeah, that's the right one. That's fine. We don't got to do too much more than that. And inside of it, we're going to send over the project.id. That we want to destructure the data, and we'll say the priority. Remember, the priority is going to come from what we selected, so we'll say selected priority, and then the color is going to come from selected color. Then after this, we'll say toast dot success, all goes well, project updated, Ooh, looks like I might have left off the catch. Yeah, there we go. All right, and then after that, we'll say router.push. Push us back to /dashboard. Okay, and then underneath inside the catch, we'll go console.log. We'll go error. Oh, duh, pass it in. There we go. And then we'll go toast error failed to update. And then we'll go finally. We'll go set updating to false. Okay. It looks good. We'll find out. Well, we'll see. Cons ain't defined, so that. Okay. All right. So now with all of that cared for, now let's update the actual content so we can see it on screen. So we'll replace that div with the new div, and we'll go flex column, a gap of 8, and we'll give it a little padding of 2. Then inside of this div, we'll pass in a, actually, you know what? Before that, we'll go on top. We'll make it up here. H2, text, bold, update your project. This thing, this is font. Okay. And now inside of the div that we just created, let's add a form. And inside of this form, we'll give a class name of flex column, a gap of 6. And more importantly, let's add the onSubmit function. And of course, we're using React Hook, so we'll call handle submit. And then inside of it, we're going to call the onSubmit function. So first, I'm going to have a text area inside of our form. And if we go close it up, we should be able to go to name of notes, which is the name of this particular field. We'll go control and set it equal to control. Okay. And then we'll give it a default value just to make sure we get the information onto the screen. A project.notes. Let's hit save. Yep. We see the notes here. It's perfect. And we actually, inside of this, can pass in the errors as well. So I'm going to go error. And I'm going to do the brackets. And we'll go errors. .notes.message. So we have our control, the name, and the default value. Okay, so the notes look good. Next up, we want to bring in the color picker. So we'll go color picker. Default value will be selected color. We also want to pass in on select color and be on select color. And close it up. Boom. We see our colors, and as you can see, the brown-ish color is selected. So I'm gonna go project color. Actually, let's put this in a div so it don't have so much of a gap. Just doing a little bit of styling. There we go. And then I'm going to do the same thing for this one. and we'll go project notes. Okay. Now that we have these two in place, next up will be the priority selector. So I'm gonna add another div, give it a class name of flex space on the X of 4. So let me see what it looks like inside of this span. Select select the project's priority. Okay, and then I may need to move that, but let's try it like this. Button, let's go with low. First, we'll need a class name, and we'll do temporal literals in this section. Let's give it a width of full because we want it to be, we want the button to take up the entire width of the section. And then now we'll pass in a little bit of JavaScript. We'll say selected priority is equal to low. Then we'll say BG primary, and we'll go text of white. And then we'll say BG light. Uh-oh. Remove that. That should go here. After this, we'll go parentheses BG. We'll go BG light. That's fine. And then after this, we'll go $ updating disabled okay. Right, so then now let's give it the on click. And we want to call handle priority. And if it's low, pass that in. Yep. And then we'll go disabled. Actually, we can go on a different line. Disabled. And we'll go disable updating. Remove this, be a little easier to see. So we got low, let's go medium, high. Let's update this to medium, update this to high. And it helps if I make it low and not log. And make this one medium, D-I-U-M. Make this one high. BG success. BG warning. Sorry, just updating this code. Those selected, those selected. All right. Medium. And then high. All right, so I see it selecting it and showing it selected. Okay, perfect. Low, medium, high. If I ain't misspelled anything else. All right, so that takes care of that. We have the notes, we have the title, we have the color priority. Now we just need to add in the submit button to submit our form. So I'm gonna add the toaster before I forget it. And then right above that final closing, or right above the closing form, in between the closing form and the closing div tab, let's go ahead and add in our button. So we'll go button, and inside of it we'll go updating with a question mark. If it's updating, we want updating, and then otherwise we just want to see update. And then inside of the button, let me give it a color of primary, type of submit. Let's go auto. No, let's go disabled. Disable and disabled updating. Let's hit save. All right, so let's go with, let's see if this works. New project, updated. Let's change the color. Let's make it low priority. Oh, got to fail to update. Let's see what failed. Router.push is not a function. So I thought we brought in router. Next navigation. Is it router.push? What did we do for the other one? I thought we did the window locate. Hold on. Where is it? The new form. Now we went router.push. I didn't declare it. I bet I didn't. No? Right here. Use router. There we go. Let's close this out. Updated. Let's change the color to orange. Let's go with high. Project updated. We got redirected. Yep. It appears that it took. Make sure. It's not taking the notes. So for some reason, it's not capturing the notes. It caught the color. Let me make sure the priority goes to high. Nope, the priority, the color's taking the notes and the priority. Let me see. The notes. Let me see. So we've got the text area of notes. Control, name notes, default, project.notes, yep. But it's not taking it to the database. Destructure the data. Let me see something. We're just checking that out. Name, color, notes, priority. Name, color, notes, priority, event data. Yep, so it's sending it there. Let me see. Those look good. Name notes. Yeah, that looks pretty good too. See something. And notes. Yep, that looks good. Sorry, it's not catching, and it's not throwing an error either. So it seems almost as if it's just not seeing it. So I need to figure out why. Are you not default value project.notes? Notes, yep. There's the controller. Yep, that looks good. Yep, that looks good. That looks good. Select color there. Yep, it's capturing that. It's capturing that. So it's just the notes. That's not. Huh. It's in here, control. Let me see. Yep. Notes to string. Project.notes. Yep. Those look good. Those look good. Yep. Yep. Huh. I wonder why is it not. Nope. Hold on. So I may come back to this one. This is very odd that it's not capturing the updated notes. Very, very odd. Because it has it there, it has the text area, the control, we see the error. And even on the back end, sure I ain't tripping. Yeah, that's working. And that's working. We see that there as well. So it's just the notes that's acting up for some reason. And heck is it? Make sure I spelt it right. Project NOTES. Yeah, it's notes. I'm gonna come back to the notes portion, but it appears that we have the rest of it working, which is a good thing. So we'll come back to figure out why we're getting a bug with updating notes. But the next thing I want to do is go ahead and add in the ability to add a task, display our task, update the task, and delete a task, and that'll complete out our Crud application. So for right now, I'm going to go ahead and close out the update project, both of those fields, and let's just go into the lib directory, and we're going to create the backend functions first. So inside of lib, let's click on the actions folder, then let's click on task. And the first one we're going to do is create a task. So we'll create a file or add a file named create-task.js. And then inside of it, we'll go ahead and make this a server component. This is actually going to be very similar to the new form. So instead of writing everything, let's just go to the create project form and copy that entire file. And we can just paste it into the create task form or create task file. First, let's go ahead and update the name from create project to create task. We can keep the auth and the prisma imports the same. First thing we do want to change is where it says event data. We actually want to destructure the content and the project ID. That's what we want to get back from the event data. And we can keep the existing user. I mean, we can go ahead and remove it. Well, let's go ahead and remove the existing user because we're not sending anything to the back end pertaining to the user for the task. That's only in the project. So where it says new project, we can keep that same. Let's just change the naming convention so it stays consistent. Make it new task, and we'll be sending back a new task. And instead of saying prisma.project, we're going to say prisma.task. And of course, we're going to be creating a task, and we can update the fields within the data so that it shows the content. And we also we'll also need to grab the project now that I think about it. So right between the event data being destructured and creating a task, let's create a new variable named project. So we'll go const project and set it equal to await prisma.project. And with this one, we want to do a .find unique, UNIQUE. And within this one, we want to find the ID of the project ID that's getting passed in, because what we want to do is we want to update the project with the new task. So if there's no project, we'll do a little bit of validation. We'll say if no project. Let's just go ahead and throw a new error. Project not found. Hit save. So now we'll come down to the new task function and we'll do create, and we'll have the data. We'll say data. We can update this a little bit. We'll say data will be content, and then after that we'll say project, and we want to connect to the project via the ID, and it's going to have the same project ID. And then what we want to do from here is return new task, create task error, make task error, failed to create task. Okay, so we can hit save, and let's go back to we can actually close everything out. Excuse me. So now let's go back to our dashboard folder that's within website, and then inside of it, let's go down to the file page.js that's within the project/ID directory. So you're on the individual project page. Now what we want to do on this page is a couple things. First thing we want is we want the ability to add a task with just an input and a button, because remember, when we're adding a task, the only thing we're going to be adding is the content and the due dates, or if it's done or not, it's going to be automatically defaulted to false. and then we'll be able to update it by just clicking on the check mark. So let's add the add task functionality first. So inside of this div, we should already have a div that has flex and setting the direction to column. So what we'll want to do is add in a form. So inside of the components directory that's within the dashboard, inside of it, we should have a form. Let's add a file named add task form.js. This is going to be a client-side form or file, and we'll go with add task form. And let's pass in, we're going to need to pass in the project ID. That way we know which project this task needs to be associated with. And then once you've added that file, let's go ahead and import it. So we'll go to add task form, and we want to pass in the project ID. So we'll say project.id, add the closing tag, hit save. And we see the add task form now listed in our layout. So let's go back to the add task form, and we're going to need to add in a little bit of information on this file so that we have the ability to add or update a task. 1 second. So I think to make this a little easier on us, let's just go ahead and copy the same imports that we had. And we can just copy them all. It's okay. We won't use them all, but we can delete what we don't need. So once we've copied those, we can remove the create project and remove the color picker. That'll be fine for right now. Let's go back to the new project form and let's copy the schema, the Yelp schema. And we can update this schema so that it doesn't read name, but that it reads content. And we'll just say task content is required. Task content is required. Now we'll need to bring in the use form or the use hook information, or React hook form information, I should say. And we'll just copy this from the new form, and we'll go to the add task form, bring it in, and all of this looks good. So now we'll say const, and we want to bring in some things that we'll need to get it working. We'll say router, because we're going to need to bring in use router, and make sure that we call it this time, and it is coming from next navigation. Perfect. Underneath this, let's create the function that's going to create the new task. So we'll say const on submit, and we'll set it as a asynchronous function, and we want to pass in data, and we'll have a try catch block. First, we'll go with await create task, which is the function that we created. And by now you should know to make sure that it's being imported properly. Then inside of it, we want to pass in the data and project ID. Now we'll say toast if successful. We want to send a message back to the user. Task created successfully. And then we'll say router dot push, and we're going to push you back to the dashboard. Excuse me. And then inside of the catch block, we'll say console dot log error creating task, and then we'll say toast dot error failed to create task. Okay, and this looks good. So now we'll just work on building out the actual form itself. So we'll go div, then we'll go h1, we'll give it a class name of font bold, and we'll just say add task. Help if I spell bold. There we go. And underneath this H1, let's go ahead and just create a form. And the form, give it a class name, mx-auto, max width screen. Let's just make it medium. No, we're gonna need to make this small. This is like very small already. And inside the form, let's give it a on submit. And we'll go handle submit from React hook form, and we'll go on submit. And then inside of it, we'll go input. That's being imported from React, from NextUI. Yep. And then our input is going to have the register. And we want content. Actually, that goes like that. That's right. And then placeholder, we'll say task. And then we'll say error. Errors.content. .message. And then we'll want to have another input that's going to be hidden. And this one is going to hold the project ID. So we'll give it a name of project ID, a default value of project ID, and then we'll go a ref of register, and I think that should be it. Yep, we'll hit save, and then now we'll just need to bring in a button, and we'll just say add task, and I'm gonna give this a type of submit. Let's hit save. Perfect. So now let's add a toaster. Okay. What I want now is to display that there are no tasks before we actually create a task or add a task. So what we'll do is back in the, and I'm gonna close this form out for right now. What we'll do is back in the single project page underneath the add task form, let's add in a task list. So what we'll do is inside of components, let's add in a new form or a new, let's add in a new file called task. I was trying to figure out where I want to add it, but we'll just add it right here, task list.js, and we'll say RFCE, and we'll make this task list, and we'll pass in the project, and we'll also need to pass in on update, pass in project, and should be on updates. On update task. All right, let's hit save. And let's go back to the page. Let's go with task list and project. It's going to be project. And then on update, it's going to be update, which we haven't task. Yeah, I know it's not a function yet. So what we want to do is actually, I think we may change this around a little bit. Let me see, will this work this way? Because what I want to do is I want the ability to pass in task, and as we create a task, it automatically adds to the list at the bottom. Yeah, this will work. So let's do it this way. Update task is not defined. So we'll go with, give me a second here. So I'm gonna keep it blank for right now. We are going to need that, but I'm not going to add it just yet. I need to come back and add it. Hold on. There we go. All right, so let's go ahead and build out the task list. And first thing we'll do is bring in some imports. So we'll do the FI trash because we'll need that. And actually, you know what? We'll just wait and bring in the imports in a moment. But let's just work on the layout first because we're going to need a little bit of JavaScript to bring it to life the way we're doing it. So we'll say if there's a project, we'll start with project task. And then if there's project task and project task with a s dot length is greater than 0, then we want to send some information back. We want to send a unordered list, and this will have the project task, but I'm going to get something onto the screen first. So we'll say if there is no project, hold on. Hold on, messing up my syntax here a little bit. Let's just do it like this. We'll say projects. We'll say project dot task and project dot task with an S length, and we'll say we'll give it an unordered list. We'll say class name. We'll give this a little padding top of 4, and we'll give inside of it we'll need to do a little bit of JavaScript as well. We'll say project dot task with a s dot map, and we'll say task and index. Then we'll give it a list item. We'll give it a div. First, we'll give this list item a class name of flex, justify between, item centered, max width, screen, make it small, and the MX of auto. And this is styling the layout of this little container first. And then after we style it, and we'll need to give this a key. Let me do that because this is the first key of index. This is the first render from the mapping, and we got to make sure we give it a key, otherwise React won't be happy with us. So then we'll give it a input. And this input needs a class name, a margin right of 1. And this is going to be the actual checkbox. Type checkbox. Checked will be equal to task dot done. All right, yep. So I know we're gonna get an error because the length is 0, so we need to show something. But let me work on that first. So it should be trying to catch where I put this piece in at. Let me see. Something here. Helps if I put a question mark there. That. Hold on a second, I got a syntax error here. All right, so you've got project task. I've got a syntax error somewhere in this. Hold on. Gets a little tricky. Project question mark task with an S. There we go. No projects, no task. Available. This project. There we go. Okay, so it's at least showing the message now. Now let me, sorry that it took me a minute to get my JavaScript together. So let's go ahead and put this in a p tag. Class name, padding top of 4. That should be fine. Right. Now we'll need to render a unordered list, and we'll say project dot task dot map. So task in the index. And we're going to render a list item. And inside of it is going to be a div. And I'm just going to put task content for right now, just so we can get something on the screen. So I'm going to name this one first task. So it's created. We got redirected. We see we got a task. And it's showing the name first task. Perfect. Probably I need to get rid of that. I can fix that in a minute. All right, so we see that it is showing the new task. And let's begin to style this a little bit so that it's a little more visually appealing. So first, we'll say the unordered list, we'll give it a padding top of 4. Then in the list item, we'll give it flex, justify between, items centered, and I'm just going to set the width screen to small, MX auto, hit save. So next up, yep, we need a key, and this will be just the index. Now inside of it, we have one div, and we can remove the content. What I want to add first is a checkbox, because this is going to represent if we're done or not. So we'll say input, and we'll give it a class name of margin right 1. Then we'll say type will be a checkbox, and we'll say checked. And if it is checked, we want this to update the done. So we'll go check will be task.done. And then we'll need to create a function in order to handle that on change, to handle that click. So underneath the checked, we'll go on change, and we'll pass it in, and we'll create a function called handle task click, LICK. And then inside of this, what we want to pass in is the task.id, task.content, and we'll also say that the task is not done. Well, we'll say we'll use the exclamation mark, so it'll toggle the current state. So if it's done, it'll show not done. If it's not done, then it'll show done. So first, let's create this function that we haven't created yet. So we'll go const handle task click, and it's going to be an asynchronous function, and we're going to pass in the task ID, content, and then done. We're basically passing in everything that's associated with a task. So then inside of the on click, we'll pass in a try catch block, and we'll go await. And then this one was update task. What was the name of it? Let me see. No, we haven't created the update task function just yet. So let's do that now. So inside of the lib directory, let's click on actions, and let's click on task, and then let's type in update task.js. And the update task should be very similar to, in some respects, the update project. So we'll just go ahead and copy that code, and if we go to the update task list or the update task file, we can just paste this in, and then we'll need to make some corrections, of course. So first, where it says update project, let's remove that, and let's have it say update task. And then, of course, where it says project ID, this is just going to be a task ID. And we can keep these sessions here, but actually, we really need to go ahead and just remove the existing user function, because remember, we're not doing anything with the user. Everything is being done with the project and the task. So of course, we want to make sure that we're bringing in the right event data, and because we're going to get the task ID separately, we only need from the event data, we only need the content, and we also need whether it's done or not, because that's what we want to update. And then let's change the name of updated project to updated task. Let's change it in the respective areas, task, and we'll change the return to task. Yeah, it should be updated, not update. And I might have had that wrong over here too. Update project, updated project. There we go. All right, so then now let's go back to the update task, and next, since we've changed that variable name, let's make sure that it is looking for the task model in this task. And then we want to have it where the ID is equal to task ID. And then we can remove the, additional fields from the data. And the only thing we need to pass in is content and done. And then just make sure that we are returning the appropriate function, updated task, yep. So then now with that, let's go back to our task. This is the task list. And inside of the task list, we know we need to inside the task list, we know we need to update this function so that we'll have the ability to display and see the updated tasks within the list. So, and we want the ability to update the tasks while they're being displayed in the list. So let's go back to the handle task click function, and let's just finish it up. So we want to await update task, and remember it's coming from the lib directory. And then with this one, we want to pass in the task ID, and we also want to pass in the content and done. And then underneath this function, we'll just add a toast. And if it is successful, we'll say task is updated. And then we want to do, just for this one, window.location.reload, and make sure you call it. And then inside of the catch, we'll say console.log error updating task, and then we'll say error, and then we'll go toast error, and then we'll go failed to update task, and we'll hit save. And then now I'm not going to worry about the delete just yet. We're going to code it in just a moment, but as you can see, we already have the check mark showing up on screen, so that is a good thing. I don't recall if that was there before, but I do know it being there is a good thing now. So we'll go ahead and begin to finish updating the input. So first we'll add a span, and this span is going to show that the item has been marked through if we update it to be done. So we'll say style, and we'll go text decoration, and we'll say task.done with a question mark. If it is, we want a line through, THROUGH, and if not, we just want to show none. Well, it won't show none, it just won't show a line through. And we'll put inside of this span, we'll go task.content and hit save. All right, so now we see the check mark, and we see the name of the content within our task. So now what I want to do is, if it is done, I want to show a line through, a green line through, so that it just represents that this task is done. So we'll say task.done inside of some curly brackets, and we'll go and, two and signs, meaning that if this is the case, we want to do something. And inside of the parentheses, I'm gonna go span, and we'll go row of image, we'll go ARIA label. And for this one, we want it to be a check mark. And then we'll give it a style and margin left. Margin left. And we want it to be 5 pixels. So we see the task is updated, and we see that it is showing the line through now that the task is done. So next, I want to add a trash can to represent the ability to delete this to delete this task. Let's just say we typed in the wrong name. Instead of going through the trouble of updating it, it's just a task, just delete it, and then you can add in a new one. So I'm gonna add the trash can button to the far right. So we'll go outside of this div. Let's add trash can. I'm gonna put trash can right here just to make sure the placement is right. And as you can see, the placement looks good. So let's add a icon to represent the trash, and I'm gonna go fi trash, and we'll do close. And I'm gonna set the size to 12. Let's give it a color. We'll set the size to 12. And actually, you know what? Let's just go ahead and create the function to delete a task. So inside of the root directory in lib in actions, let's go inside of the task directory and go with, well, let's add a file named delete task.js. And we can copy the same file that we did for delete project, and let's just paste it in. And let's take a look at it and see what type of updates we want to make to this one. So for delete project, or delete task, excuse me, it's going to be very simple. We already have, we don't need the auth, we can remove that. Instead of it saying delete project, let's just update it to say delete task. We're going to Prisma. Let's remove deleted project to deleted task. Deleted task. And deleted task right there. And then instead of it pointing to the project, let's have it point to the task, where the ID that remains the same. And let's just update the code so that it reads properly. Task deleted, error deleting task. Okay, let's refresh this, and I'm going to remove that for right now. Hit update, new, let me remove that and just say new and see if it takes. No, so I need to come back to that, but let's check and see if the task will now delete. And once we click it, nope, because we got to add in the function first. So let's go back to the task list, and we'll need to create the function that's going to call that that function that we just created. So inside of the task list folder, let's create a new function. And well, before we create a function, we're going to need to add in a little bit of state so that we can manage it appropriately. So inside of the task list, let's add in a const for deleting, and then set deleting, and we want to set that equal to use state. And of course, initially it's going to be set to false. Now under the handle task click function, let's create a new function called handle delete click. And it's going to be an asynchronous function, and we want to pass in the task ID. And within this this function, we'll add a try catch block, and it's very similar to the other ones. We could have probably just copied it, but it's okay. We'll set the set deleting to true because we want to update the state, and then we'll go await and we'll go delete task. And what we want to pass in is the task ID. If all goes well, we'll say toast successful. We'll say deleted task, and then we'll say set deleting to false. And if we get an error, we'll say console.log error deleting, and then we'll say throw new error. No, what am I doing? It's not throw new error, it's toast. It's toast error deleting task. Hit save. All right, so now we can pass in this function into the trash icon. So with this one, we'll go on click, and we'll say handle delete click, and inside of it, the ID that we want to pass in is the task.id. Let's hit save, and this one we could say color. We'll say deleting. We'll say pound CCC. Otherwise, we'll go this and we'll say pound 000. Let's hit save. Refresh this screen. It says deleted task. But it didn't refresh the screen or redirect. So let's do this. Let's go redirect. No, we need to go router.push. So where was it? Hold on 1 second. Delete task, delete task. Hold on. Where is it? Add task form. Here we go. Router.push. Task list. And we'll go. Import. Use router from next navigation. And then we'll go const router is equal to use router. Use. We don't need this. Let me get rid of this. Sorry about that. Use router. Let's hit save. Router.push. Refresh the page. Of course, no tasks are available. Helps if I put something in. All right. So we'll say second task. Task added. We get redirected. We see we have one task now, and then we can mark it as done. Task updated is showing that we done with the line through. Now if we just want to delete it, delete task, page refresh, no task showing, boom, that worked. All right, so we have the delete task, the update task, delete project, update project. We have all of that cared for. Now the final thing we'll want to do is deploy, because we've pretty much got the entire project set up, and we do need to make a couple changes to our project before we can deploy, or as we're deploying. So the first thing we'll need to do is go to our package.json, and because we're using Prisma, we want to add in the post install, and this is going to be set to Prisma generate. Did I put that? No, it's double. Prisma generate. Okay, and let's just hit save. And once we have that, we'll need to commit this to GitHub. Let's go here. We'll say first commit. And if you're in VS Code like me, you'll just click on this little button and it'll give you a quick shortcut in order to upload this to Git and then allow us to deploy it. So we'll do commit and we'll do publish branch. And I'm gonna make this public so I can share the code with everyone. And it's saying that I have one that already exists, so I'm just going to add at the end of it, I'll add 5/15 for today's date. And now we see the files are published and uploaded to Git. So I'm just going to go back to my repository right here. And I can see this code is now on the site. So if I go to Vercel and we'll go back to my projects, and remember you could do this for free. I just have a paid tier because I do quite a bit of this now. And we'll need to update our Google, but first we'll need to get the callback URLs first. So we'll just go, once you're in Vercel, you'll click on your team name and you click on project. Once you're inside a project, you'll go to new. You should see the GitHub repository that we just created. If you do, go ahead and click on import. And what we'll need to do is paste in the environment variables. So if we go back to our project and we can I'm going to delete this additional code that's here because we don't need it. But if you copy and paste the file, you probably could have did it without removing it. But if you copy and paste the variables and you paste it, if you copy the code and paste the variables inside of key, it should automatically format for you. And then if you click on deploy, this is going to begin the deployment process, and we'll need to do one more thing provided we don't get any errors in order for it to work. So we'll give it another second or two. All right, it is still in the process. Okay, it's still going. I appreciate everybody that showed me any love in the chat. But while this is coming up, we can go ahead and go to Google Console. The other thing we'll need to do is update the callback URL in Google. Remember, we set everything to go to localhost, and next-auth is taking care of a lot of the heavy lifting for us. So all we need to do is just change the callback URL, and then we'll have the ability to log in, log out while our website is online, and we'll be good to go. And as you can see, we are fully deployed, so we'll click continue the dashboard, and let me just click on the link. And if I go to sign in, it's going to throw me an error. I'm blocked because I don't have the URL set appropriately. So if you go into your Google Console and go to the dashboard of the credentials that we just created, what you want to do is you want to click on the web link, and where we have the local host, we want to replace it with the name of our deployed URL application. So in all of the areas and in this one, we just want to change it from localhost 3000 to the name of our website. And if we hit save, excuse me, and then let's just all we need to do is just refresh because we didn't change anything with the source, the code itself. We click login, and I'm automatically logged in. And as you can see, we're live on the web. excuse me, we have the ability to see our projects. First task on live. And as you can see, we get redirected. We have the new task. We have the ability to update it. It updates real time. Everything is good. Excuse me. So I know this was more of a lengthy build, but I appreciate everyone that checked it out. But this is just a simple CRUD project task manager that gives you the ability to update projects and update tasks within the project. So I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, please give me a like, consider subscribing, drop a comment for any suggestions you may have for me. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. Thank you so much. Peace. Hey, and love you, bro. Love you.